everyone. We are starting live with our Youth Largefowl. Thanks for being a little bit patient with the technical difficulties earlier. My computer wasn't working. We got it working and things figured out, so hopefully it runs smoothly. If you look in the comment section on both of them, both Facebook and YouTube, I should have posted the links to the live order, along with the apparel links. So if you want to buy t-shirts, hats, towels, things like that, they're all with the Pips and Chicks show on there. Thank you to Mr. Flores for putting all of that together and doing the work for the apparel. He's really done a great job. I believe he has started shipping orders after the hurricane again. So if you ordered, you should be getting that stuff in the mail soon. Really quick, some of our sponsors. So we had a lot for Youth Largefowl, which is awesome to see. I'll go through all of them. These are all of the show sponsors here. We had some that sponsored specific Youth Largefowl awards. So Champions Blend, with all of our shows, we'll be giving a bag of feed to the champion and reserve overall for each class. So some of their nice, really nice show pro feed. For our best in show overall, we did not have a sponsor, but let me see if I've got a reserve. Our Best of Breed Wyandotte will have an award thanks to Glacier Bridge Farm. Our Best American class, the Premium Award from Hidden Pines Homestead. All other standard breeds from the Chicken Feed News. Best Continental, again from Glacier Ridge Farm. Best English from Kisa's Rainbow Farm. Best of Breed for Tail Feather Farm. Best of Breed Brahma will be for Best of Breed Brahma, Orpington, and Polish will have additional ribbons thanks to, I want to make sure I'm pronouncing this correctly, but I'm not sure if I am, Manolus Welding Services. And then our Best Barred Rock will be from Reed Creek Homestead. If you see any of them, if you know any of these people or companies, give them a shout out and a big thank you. They do a lot to keep this show free. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have free entries without them. Overall, we had quite a few entries this year. We have 238 birds to sort through today. I don't have the exhibitor number, but I'll get that posted up later. I also have some really good news. We finally got a judge for our open largefowl. So we'll have Bart Pals judging that. Name is pretty familiar. He's a fantastic judge, goes all over, and usually in the Midwest judging, I believe. I've seen him at a couple of different shows. Fantastic judge. We're looking at pushing the date back in August to make sure it works with both of our schedules. So keep an eye out. We're still figuring the date, but we're looking at like second to third week in August for open largefowl. I think that's pretty much all I've got for announcements really quick. So I will let Ben introduce himself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ben McMeeken. I am from Wisconsin. If anyone knows relative town, I'm from the town called Slinger, so super small town. My poultry experience kind of started when I was really in middle school, I would say, where I started raising bantam chickens. So I really like bantam Cochins, Brahmas, and D'Anvers. Those are my three favorites, which are kind of extended to a whole other different avenues. But now I'm currently raising, being in college, just call ducks. So waterfowl has been my specialty through and through. But I'm super excited to get a whole different perspective related to largefowl, and I'm super excited to see all the birds.
Yeah, thanks for judging. It's great to have you on. Before we start, as with all the virtual shows, if you've got any questions while we're judging, why he placed one bird over another, if you want some more feedback on a specific bird, if you think something's a little bit different, if you're not seeing your bird on here, throw it in the comments on the live screen or the live stream right away, and we can get that addressed, and we can make sure you guys get the feedback and understand everything that's going on. We have had issues at the open bantam with birds not showing up on the slide. So if you're not seeing your bird, let me know. Both send it in the comment and then send me a message right away with your name and the picture so that I can double check and make sure that it was submitted. We had some people that had mistaken and thought they had submitted birds when they hadn't. Two, that it's in the right place. Some people entered and opened it and got the two of them mixed up. And three, that I didn't miss it when I was uploading them. So yeah, if you've got any issues or questions, comments, concerns, general things, throw it in the comments. We love to see it, and we can address anything that comes up. And without further ado, we'll start in American with our Rhode Island Reds.
All right. So for anyone that's judging, I'll probably put that out there just right now. One of the big things when judging an online show is that it's sometimes a little bit hard to see color and stuff like that. So personally, how I judge is I'll very often judge on condition as well as the type of the bird, so their body conformation, stuff like that. So that's what I'll kind of be looking for throughout the entire day, as well as looking at the color, hoping the pictures are all good. So I'm super excited.
Okay, and then just making sure we're both on Rhode Island Red, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
All right. The first one I'm going to point out as I'm judging is I'm going to point out the last bird on the right. I will move it so everyone can see it. This bird, while I do appreciate all the birds that I kind of like to judge, this bird to me looks like more of a production bird rather than what we call a show quality Rhode Island Red. So that's just kind of one of those things to point out is whether you buy your birds from either a hatchery or you buy them from a standard breeder and stuff. So I could be wrong. However, I believe that's one of our production birds. I'm not going to DQ it or anything because it still isn't the right class or anything, but it's just one of the things I will point out while looking at these all.
So if you mind explaining a little bit what makes a hatchery, and I know you're flipping through over there.
Yeah.
What you're judging off of.
So I'm judging off of what we call the American Standard of Perfection. This book is I like to call the bird Bible to showing all birds and stuff like that. So the American Poultry Association each year puts out a standard that kind of tells us this is exactly what they're looking for a show bird in order for it to compete well and just kind of meet all the breed traits for this bird that were created 150 years ago, which is wild to say that. So I guess when looking at hatchery birds, when you kind of look at them, it's kind of hard to tell in the pictures, but hatchery birds are going to be a lot smaller than usually our standard birds, especially when it comes to large fowl, because it's all about efficiency and more for egg and layer production. So while this Rhode Island Red, kind of in the last spot, is a super nice bird and nothing wrong with it, it just doesn't meet what the standard is looking for necessarily. It's a little light in color and stuff like that, where we're really looking for this dark, like mahogany red is what we call. And all these birds. So Um, All right, so for this Rhode Island Red class, I'm gonna go from the top of the class, and I believe I have a Rhode Island Red hen. Uh, for me, it stood out to me right away. I think it is the most conditioned bird out of the three. It's super nice, and the one thing that I really appreciate about this is the depth of body that it really has. So its whole structure it has going from its top of heads all the way to its back, and then all the way across is something that like for me really stood out. It had super good type and stuff. It's really full and all the way throughout. It just kind of stood out at the top of the class. After that was our next Rhode Island Red hen, and I believe between the Rhode Island Red hen and then the rooster or the old male that we have there, they were kind of a toss up, a horse apiece. And I think the one thing that stood out for me the most was just the conditioning of the bird. The Rhode Island red male, its tail kind of lacked conditioning and stuff, and that's where it kind of stood out. I think with a little bit more conditioning and just a few more weeks after that, I think it easily could have competed for the top spot. But just for today, to me, is that not something that I really saw stood out to me. The hen in the middle that got second, again, just had a little bit better conditioning. And then what kind of where it missed is that I didn't really have that when it comes to Rhode Island Reds going across the back to their tail. It's supposed to be horizontal or flat, going up into about a 10-degree angle from there. And to me, just looking at the type of it, it was just a little bit off compared to the one in first place. And then our fourth and fifth place Rhode Island Reds, the fourth place one for me is a little bit taller than I think what a Rhode Island Red should be. And then just kind of lacked the depth of body and the type that the first three had in front of it, running out with their final Rhode Island Red, which overall is a nice bird. Just I believe it is a production bird and just doesn't have the same depth of body and type that the other four ahead of it have.
All right. Moving into Wyandotte or Plymouth Rocks before we get to Wyandottes.
All right.
So while Ben looks through those, a couple quick things coming through, both in messages. If you hear the little crickets chirping in the background, those are usually messages or comments or people that have different questions on things. So some really quick things that we have. We judge by the rule of 4 to 5. So you'll notice some as we keep going, especially with our Wyandottes. You'll start to see it there first because we have so many Wyandotte entries. We broke it up. So if there was 5 of a variety, we put it on a separate slide. If there 4 to 5, we used kind of a good rule of judgment there. And then if each variety had 4 to 5 of a sex, we would have a separate slide for the sex. So we'll start to get into there may be golden males, golden females. Then we'll do best of variety golden. Again, if you're curious, that list where everything is live, we're updating with both the exhibitor numbers and names and placings as we go. That I posted the links in the comments. It should be both YouTube and Facebook before the show started. The other thing. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Brianna, you want to confirm if I'm wrong? I believe this. Oh, sorry. This one that I think is I just moved. I believe I'm moving it up and down.
Yep.
That is a correct silver pencil, correct?
Correct.
All right, just confirming that I didn't want to screw something up. Just because there's a lot of barred rocks and there was one that was a little bit different.
I was gonna say it looks a lot like a Brahma.
Yeah.
But there's no feathered feet, and it's definitely got a little bit more of that rock shape that you start to see. And here, for everyone wondering, the reason why we don't have barred rock and any other is because there would only be 3 any other, which would leave that slide kind of on its own. So we just have a very full class of complete rocks. Ooh, I got a question on showmanship.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, so showmanship is actually tomorrow. We sent out the sign-up sheets and the time spots already, and those are all filled. I'll be posting the order. If you signed up for a time slot and you got an email with the confirmation link, it should be able, like, you should have had a yes, no, maybe, I can make it. That was automatically sent out. Then you are officially in and confirmed. The list will just be for anyone else watching. It'll be the same time as our Youth Bantam show. So we've got Jada Spiegel judging showmanship, and we've got Hannah Thomas judging our Youth Bantam. Showmanship will start at 8. Again, it'll be about 30-minute time slots or so for each person. And then Youth Bantam will start at 10:30 and just keep going. Both of them will keep going until they're done. So I anticipate showmanship to be around 4:30 ending, 4:30, 5 o'clock. And then our Youth Bantam, we've got a lot. We've got right at like 500 birds or so for Youth Bantam. So that one might take a little bit more. I'm guessing we'll probably be done 1 to 2 in the afternoon for that, but that'll just depend.
Question. Sorry, another color question. This one that's kind of dark in the shade, I think I blew it up.
Yep.
Is that partridge?
It looks like it.
That's my best guess. If that person's bird is here and they want to let me know.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the exhibitor. If you're watching the screen, you might have seen the name pop up. But my guess would be partridge. It looks like it's got double lacing on there. So
perfect. All right. Just confirming to make sure.
Yeah, I've been working on the genetics page for anyone that follows that, where I'm getting that lacing gene up there that causes both your single and double factor lacing. So kind of neat to see what's going into that bird to cause that.
I guess for those that are all watching, I guess the 3 any other colors outside of the barred Plymouth rocks, for barred rocks, the one thing we really look at for them is their lacing. So make sure they have well-defined, very even lacing around all their feathers. Well, because this isn't in person, it's a little bit harder to check, but I'm making sure that I'm not looking for fuzziness in between the lines. So if it helps any, I don't know if they're going to be able to see this on my screen. Here in the standard, you can see all the barring on here, and it's very defined. So that's kind of one thing we're looking for in all these. It's going to be a little bit harder for me to check, but that's just one thing I'm looking for.
Yeah, and for anyone wondering, that book is the APA Standard of Perfection. You can find it on their website. They just came out with the 45th edition, I believe. It's a black book. They had some errors in the original print, so they are working on fixing the errors and getting the new ones out soon. But you can usually find the older copies on eBay. So the 44th and 43rd both have pretty up to date. They're missing a couple of the newer breeds, and like within the last 20 years, breeds and varieties that have been accepted, which isn't a whole lot of them, but we have someone asking if we found a judge for open largefowl. Yes, we did. that was Bart Pals will be judging. We're figuring out a date right now. We're looking like it's going to be in August, probably mid to late August, just with the way scheduling and time things worked out. So for anyone wondering on awards, we're going to be waiting until all the shows are judged for awards, so it will be a little bit later, August. I'm hoping to get everything out and done before September and school starts. So another question. Virtual show results being shared during Bantam Youth. I'm going to do a separate live stream for, I'm guessing you're talking about the fun show, Mr. Lee. That would, we'll be doing a separate live stream quick on the 25th with results for the fun show and probably showmanship as well. So I'm hoping, yeah, I know there was some issues with the fun show that took ages for us to sort out. So it is up, it is live. Go vote for your favorite birds. There's a whole bunch of them on there. I've been told you can vote multiple times, like every couple hours or something, you can vote again. So yeah. Someone said to seen discrepancies when the youth bantam is. It's going to be tomorrow. I think I initially put it on there as the 25th. That was an error on my part. It will be the 20th tomorrow, starting at 10:30 Central Standard Time. There's quite a few birds to go through. Hannah's already been looking through the classes to make sure that we've got everything, and she'll have an idea of what all the birds look like, and hopefully get through it, and it won't take like 12 hours or so. I believe it's one of her first times judging, so she's a fantastic exhibitor, great with chickens, super excited for that. So for sure tomorrow. I know it said on there the 25th, it will be tomorrow.
So I guess for the ones watching right now, I kind of separated. If you see my right side birds, I'm going through again the second time. These are the ones that I pulled out that I think would be eligible for being in the top 5. The ones on the left side, unfortunately, those are birds that are either just out of condition, don't really make the type or the standard of any of the birds, or just like the partridge rock there. It's kind of hard for me to tell making any proper judgment on any of the birds. So the 7 that are left, those are the ones I'll decide between the top 5 as for right now. All right, so for the class of Plymouth Rocks, my top bird is going to be the Barred Rock male in first place. I think overall he has both the best type, the best barring. Maybe not perfect condition, but pretty good condition to put him into the top spot. Followed closely by the Barred Rock hen in second. I think overall she is the best barring. She has the most depth of body, but just she really the photo was not the best photo for her to show. I think if she was showing in that photo and I could really see her type all the way through her tail, that would have made a pretty easy decision for her to fight for the top spot. And third is going to be our next male. Again, it's similar to the same story as the second bird, just wasn't really showing to show off his type all the way through. He also has very nice barring. And I can see toward in the back of his cone, he has some purpley coming in, which while that's not any type of DQ disqualification, it kind of lets me know it's a telltale sign that maybe he has some circulation issues or something like that. That's often fairly common in chickens, or there's maybe something else going on. Not for sure. Next, I have the our Barred Rock hen. She's going to be in fourth. That bird, I think compared to our second place hen, doesn't have quite the same depth of body and doesn't carry all the way through the back. She's a little bit disconnected into the tail. It doesn't have that same flow like our second place one does. She also has about the same conditioning stuff. I think the same thing. A better picture for us showing off all her tail feathers and stuff would be really helpful. And then rounding out the bottom of the class would be fifth place would be our silver penciled rock, which is a very nice bird, and I think he has potential a lot of type. It would have been nice if you saw a photo on the flat ground. That'd be able to kind of show up his type in full because I think he's kind of standing kind of awkward. And few things to improve is just the lacing throughout his saddle and feathering throughout his neck, seeing those defined lace lines of black and white, both in his neck and his saddle and back feathers. So the other two, my 6th and 7th, the ones that didn't make the top 5 that I pulled out, both very nice birds, just didn't have the same type or caliber that the other 5 in front of them had.
All right. We got a comment from the exhibitor. Number 3, there was some of that purpling was due to a little bit of Florida heat.
Yep. That's very common. I bet when I had chickens, the same thing. Heat would cause that sometimes.
On to, there we are with the Wyandottes.
All right. All right, in our class of Wyandottes, I didn't place them quite yet, but I think one thing that I noticed with our first 4 birds with the wood background on it, I think they're just a little bit young. I think they're going to be super good potential birds in the future. However, being a little bit young, it's kind of hard to fully judge their type as well as their body conformation and the coloring all the way through. They look like really good, nice starts, but that's one thing that I just noticed out of the back. And then I think the other thing I noticed is just conditioning of all the birds. While obviously I understand conditioning is super hard with chickens, making sure we show our best birds. And overall, this is a nice set of Wyandottes. Just a few improvements for anyone that is watching. All right. In the class of Golden Waste Wyandottes, I think our top 2, show the best representation of the Wyandotte breed. The 4 following it while they're good birds, they're just a little bit young for them to place them in the top of the class. The top bird in the class, I think overall has the best condition, probably the best type. Well, it's not perfect. Kind of just as the overall roundness of the Wyandotte breed. While the second place bird, I think, has more depth of body and I think could have more potential. However, just the lack of conditioning and the lack of tail feathers and lacing all the way through made me put it into second place. In third, in fourth, fifth, I think it's kind of a similar story, just how young they are. I went off of some of the lacing and I checked some of them, and I think the first one overall has looking at its lacing all the way through and all its feathers, I think has the most complete lacing, no smuttiness or kind of that fuzzy part of the areas where you can't really define where the gold parts and the black parts are, and that's kind of what I did to judge the bottom three other three because I couldn't really make a best judgment on the body conformation of all the birds. Other than that, nice job.
On to any other laced. Not an official category, but for here, it was easier to do this, so we just didn't have one giant place of any others. So you were told the second place just came up. The second place golden lace just came off a clutch of eggs 2 days before the photo was taken. So.
Yeah, a broody hen. That's super cool. Glad you have chicks this year. All right. I'm just going to make a few comments right away. This is a really nice class of, I think, blue lace red and silver lace Wyandottes. I think there's two that I think I'm not quite sure, but I have a feeling could potentially be hatchery birds that I noticed in here. They just, looking at their comb, it doesn't carry flat across the top of its head. So that's just one thing I noticed when it comes to Wyandottes and things like that. The other thing that I think the comments also said, the blue lace red and the white lace red for both of them, I believe are not recognized in the American Standard of Perfection, which is one thing that when it comes to standard and judging, that we're not supposed to put any non-recognized standard bird in first place in the class. However, due to the, I guess, they're very nice birds, I'm going to kind of weigh my decision on whether or not I put one of the blue lace reds in the top spot or if there's any of the silver lace that I believe are a better representation of the Wyandotte breed.
A couple of things. Blue lace red Wyandottes aren't accepted. They are not. There is a proposed standard for them, or at least there was when I was into the blue lace red Wyandottes probably a year, 2 years ago. For the way we do our shows, especially with youth, we're a little bit more laid back. In the APA, they are very strict. Any unrecognized bird cannot be placed over a recognized bird. It takes a lot of work to get them recognized and to get any breed or variety recognized. That's something I am very familiar with. And that's the reason why. But for this show, because there are some really, really good unrecognized birds, and we kind of leave it up to the judges. So especially if there's a proposed standard and the judge has something to judge with, we will let them place an unrecognized color or variety over a recognized one if they feel that it's noteworthy. Some judges still prefer to follow APA guidelines, which say that you can't place an unrecognized bird over or over a recognized one, which is completely fine. It's just kind of judge's preference, judge's choice.
All right, and then just for confirmation, I believe I put the 2 white lace reds on the left side, correct?
Correct. You put the 2 red lace or the white laced reds on the left, correct?
All right, so just so when I judge them.
Shoot, someone was commenting Orpington a lot, and I meant to just put a little halt on it. They were commenting Orpington like 6 or 7 times. And I think I accidentally banned them. I did not try to ban them. So if that was you, I'm sorry. We will get to Orpingtons. Again, you can later. They're in the the English class. So just be patient. We've got to go through all of the American first. The order is posted. We're going through American and then Asiatic and then English. And Orpingtons will be first up in the English. So just be a little bit patient. They'll be there soon. I didn't mean to ban or remove your comments. I don't know how to undo that.
I think with all these, when it comes to like we have what we call solid color birds and party colored birds, these are all what we call party colors, or colors that chickens that have multiple colors in them. So we can look at that. Color comes a kind of important factor onto the decision I'm making. So obviously looking at the type, the body conformation, the condition of all the birds. But then after that, if they're all pretty equal, then I'll look at the color and decide from there.
To the person asking for the link on live results, I can copy and share that with you now.
All right. Let's see.
For game fowl, someone asking what class is game fowl. In general, the game fowl isn't the American game fowl that we have a lot of here in the United States isn't recognized. They're bred on bloodlines and they have separate shows outside of typical APA shows. And they're not in the standard as the type that you'll see usually around isn't in the standard. I believe we had a few game fowl entries. I don't know if that was in youth or open, but that would be in all other standard breeds typically. Some people enter them in any other American. If they were entered as any other American, they will be in best any other right after the Buckeyes. If they were entered in all other standard breeds as any other all other standard breeds, that'll be right before champion row, so pretty far back in there after the Phoenix.
You can kind of see on the grid, those are going to probably be my top 3 birds of this class. They're all really close. So I'm just kind of doing a second run through before I decide what place to put them in.
Yeah, someone said in the APA standard, an unrecognized breed can place over a recognized breed if they are a better representation of breed type. I'm trying to find in the APA, I'm going to pull up my standard in a second to look at that. It's possible. I believed it was in general no and pretty frowned upon for an unrecognized to place over recognized. Usually if there's something that's unrecognized or if there's something that's recognized and it can't place over an unrecognized, it won't get placed at all because they're usually not a good representation of type. So in general, in the APA, if it's not a representation of the type and the breed, it won't get placed at all. You don't have to have a top 5 if none of them are good. Again, here we leave it up to our judges. If a judge wants to place 5, they're more than welcome to place 5. If they feel only 2 or 3 should be placed, they can place only 2 or 3. We try and stick kind of close to APA standards, but it's not an APA sanctioned show. So on page 29 to 31, thank you. I'll grab that really quick and look. Someone said, do they miss golden lace hens? Yes, we did finish up with golden laced. If you're on Facebook, it sounds like they get pretty funky about the live streams, and you like scrolling back in the live streams to watch some of it until it's completely done. If you go to YouTube, you can skip back a little bit and see the golden laced. All right, so some questions coming in. I'm looking at 29 through 31, the pages, which is for judges, breeders, and exhibitors. Yeah, and I didn't see, in general, you want practical, useful, attractive birds through here. I'm not seeing for where it says in here specifically over that you can place a non-standard over standard. And I'm looking through mine. I've got different annotations in here, but another question we had, an Americana rooster, just general poultry questions, which is fine. We've got some time so we can go through it. General poultry, usually I would say not necessarily the place for it, but we've got plenty of time going through here, and I'm happy to answer some questions. So, Americana rooster is crowing at 3 months is 3 months and starting to crow. That is completely normal. Could be a little bit more testosterone starting to grow in there. 3 months isn't too. It just means you're easier to tell if it's a rooster or a hen. It doesn't necessarily mean anything's wrong. Usually roosters crow when they're pretty content. They can also crow when they're not content, but 3 months is a bit young, but it's not unheard of. I've had quail is my expertise. I've had quail roosters crow in the incubator still. I've never heard a chicken crow quite that young, but I've had a few quail that well.
All right, I should be done with my Wyandotte class. So, in this clan of Wyandottes, those top 3 I all really liked. They also had,
You're good.
they all had things that were like good about them. They also had things that amazing. One thing I was really looking at is the lacing of all the birds. And if you look real up close on all of them, well, they do have really nice fine lacing. Kind of going nitpick into it, there's some parts where toward the ends of their tail feathers and toward the ends of their wings, you can kind of see the fuzziness coming and not seeing those defined lines all the way through. The reason why I put the not a white Wyandotte, it's a silver lace Wyandotte. Silver lace Wyandotte front is just kind of going back to the APA, while blue lace reds and stuff are super nice birds and stuff that are just not recognized by APA, and I believe the white represented the standard before. I was kind of going into type after that, deciding which one had better type because I think their lacing was all pretty equal. In the white, I think overall is the best type. Really kind of looking toward the body conformation going into its back all the way into its tail feathers and stuff. I think the white Wyandotte has the best what we call a concave sweep. So kind of in a nice U shape all the way back, whereas the second and third place birds are both kind of what I call a little bit pinched. It almost looks like a V rather than that U-shaped sweep we have all the way through. So then our second and third place blue lace reds, there honestly could have gone either way. I picked the male in front of the female just because of the photo that kind of allowed me to better place the bird better because I kind of see its type all the way through. The hen, like I said, I couldn't really see the side view of it as well. So if I had a side view, I think I would have been able to make a better representation. In fourth was that silver lace Wyandotte hen. She is very nice type and stuff. I think her tail could be just a tad long compared to the rest of it. It almost kind of stretches out too far, and we're kind of looking more of a almost cushion, but not quite, a more tight, compact tail versus this long sweeping tail. And it just didn't have the same size and depth of body as the rest of them. And rounding the classes at silver lace Wyandotte is kind of the same story. Didn't have the same size, type, depth of body, and is lacking a little bit of condition. The bottom 3 Wyandottes are all really good representations of the breed. However, just with the photo, their condition and stuff, I couldn't place them in the top 5. Overall, nice set of birds.
On to the last Wyandottes. Any other variety?
All right.
Got more questions. Quails do crow. Fun fact. They're not like a chicken crow. That was the main thing. Quails crow. Do quails crow? Yes. They sound like a wild bird. They don't quite sound like a chicken does. And they're a lot quieter, but they do crow. It is a very odd, distinct sound. In general, for everyone watching, if there is something that I say or that Ben says that you think may not be right. So I had someone ask if it was true if you could place varieties over breeds. I'd much rather have it get corrected. So if you think something may not be right or maybe an error, again, we're all human. We all make mistakes. Completely get it. I'd rather correct it and move on and be able to make sure everything is proper so we're not confusing people even more than have it go and be uncorrected. So, question is, what places get awards? It depends. So we have guaranteed premium awards for our class champions and champion reserve overall birds. So those are guaranteed whether we have a sponsor or not. For things like best of breed, that is completely, we call those add-on awards. That's completely sponsor-based. So best of breed can get additional ribbons, We don't have any sponsors for things beyond like best of breed, like second or third place. Even in the classes, second, third, fourth, fifth don't really get any additional places or any awards. And then as they'll just get like a ribbon for best of breed if it's sponsored. If it's not, they don't get anything. For our class champions, it'll be we've got ribbons, rosettes, plaques. We have plaques for the champion overall and certificates. And if you want to see a breed get if you want to see a breed get an award next year that didn't this year and you believe it should, you're more than welcome to sponsor awards. We don't have restrictions on who can sponsor, so we get a lot of people that just really like a breed, want to have it have a placing. We have some small businesses do that, some farms, things like that, and it's usually like $10 or so for an add-on ribbon. We have add-on awards that aren't just ribbons too. Some people have donated cash, or like Champions Blend is donating feed, things like that.
All right. In this next class of Wyandottes, might I say, whoever's 2 Wyandottes those whites are, those are very nice birds. So I think they're going to do very well. I put the male just ahead of the female just because, honestly, judging comes down to personal preference at some point, and both these birds have very few flaws. I think, in my opinion, this is kind of looking at them. The male kind of shows more that what we call a standard Wyandotte type. It has that same one I was talking about. It has a very nice depth of body, carries all the way throughout the back and that tail. Whereas that second place white Wyandotte, well, it's a really nice Wyandotte breed. I'm assuming it's a standard. However, it almost looks more Bantam Wyandotte type to me than it does a standard Wyandotte. I think they're all very nice birds, and I think both those could flip day to day on which one you would put in front. However, that's just what I decided today. Maybe tomorrow I would switch them. Going into third, the buff, she just didn't have the same depth when it came across the body and into the tail. I think the 2 whites in front carried it just a little bit better. And then the fourth and fifth place, the fourth bird just lacked the conditioning compared to the top 3. And the fifth one, it was kind of hard to judge because I was a little difficult deciding what color it was exactly in order to make a good judgment out of it.
All right. And then really quick, I'll make it pretty. Anyone that wants to grab, you're more than welcome to grab screenshots of the videos. I probably won't be posting all of the individual slides like I did last year. That's just too much time for me to be able to do. But you are more than welcome to screenshot anything from these videos and post it. So if you've got, and you're more than welcome to comment below. We'll go through after and announce all of the winners for each slide. So yeah, that's why I try and make them pretty. Give you a second if you want to, and then move on to the next one.
Bree, I have a question.
Absolutely.
Okay, never mind. You're answering my question. I was wondering if you were bringing the top 2 birds up.
Yep. If you want top 3 or 4, just let me know. Just
the top 2 probably of each breed class is fine.
Yeah. And then if you want to, champions are on top, reserves are on bottom.
Perfect.
Got some more questions. Just a clarification, first in class gets an award. So not first on each slide. So this will be your champion American. For this show, it'll be champion American, champion Asiatic, champion English, continental, Mediterranean, and all other standard breeds. The first of all of those will be getting rosettes and certificates, and some of the first of best of breed. So I believe, let me double check, and that's posted. All of the awards that'll be given out are posted on that link too. They're highlighted in that spreadsheet. So we've got best of breed Wyandotte will be getting so the first on this slide will be getting a best of breed ribbon. Other breeds are on here, Brahmas, so that'll be a little bit later on. They'll be getting a best of breed ribbon, Orpingtons, Polish, and best of variety barred rock.
All right. In this Wyandotte class, I think I keep repeating myself. It's that similar story of conditioning, type, and honestly preference when it comes to day. And I think those two whites have the best representation of the Wyandotte breed. Overall, they just have really good type. And I think the advantage they come through is when we talk about solid colored birds and party colors, because it's solid colors, it makes it super easy to decide whether or not those white place in front or behind, because as long as they're white, they meet the color standard. Whereas that silver, I think, is a little bit fuzzy when it comes to its lacing toward its tail and its wings, and just lacks a little bit of condition compared to the top ones. Followed by the blue laced, as I said, the silver laced had a little bit better typed, followed by that golden laced that was just more conditioned that day.
Absolutely. On to Buckeyes.
These are one of my favorites, I will say.
We've got a lot of them. Well, Largefowl, not as many around here, but Bantams, we've got a lot around here. Someone asking, can I post the duck spreadsheet again? If you go back on the comments for the duck live stream, you can go ahead and find the spreadsheet. I'm not going to post it here just to get it cluttered or keep it not cluttered. I will be posting all of those sheets on the website eventually. Probably this Sunday if I get time, but don't quote me on that. Someone asked, what's the best meat breed chicken at the grocery store? That is a little bit hard to say. So typically any bird you're buying from the grocery store are coming from those big production poultry farms. There's nothing wrong with them, but they're all going to be using commercial type broilers, so Cornish cross. If you can certainly raise your own Cornish cross, you can get them from most hatcheries pretty cheaply. They're the ones that's going to grow the fastest for you. They are, however, considered non-heritage, so they're a cross of some specific breeds. They won't reproduce. They grow for about 8 to 10 weeks, and then they're butcher weight, so they won't ever start laying hens. They're a little bit slower than regular chickens are, so they can gain more muscle weight fast. So if you've got birds at a grocery store, they're almost always going to be Cornish cross. If you're looking for best birds, raise the Cornish cross because they're going to grow the fastest for you. If you want heritage breeds, look for something dual purpose. So like your Americans, most American breeds are built to be dual purpose. Asiatic, a lot of them are meant to be really big meat birds like your Cochins, your Orpingtons, but they take a lot longer because of that. So instead of getting a bird butcher weight at 10 to 12 weeks, anywhere from 8, 10, 12 weeks, you're going to get a bird butcher weight at a year, 6 months to a year.
I don't know if the person is on here that is showing these birds, but do you want to confirm with me? Are these entered as Buckeyes or are they entered as Chanticleers?
Let me look.
I'm just going off of color and stuff, and it's...
Yep. Let me see if that was one where they uploaded the breeds themselves, or if it was something where I looked afterwards and said, that looks kind of like a Buckeye. I believe they uploaded the breed themselves as a Buckeye.
Okay.
But I will confirm that.
They're both fairly similar in type and stuff, so that's why I figured I'd ask.
Yeah. Getting there. Yep, they entered these as a Buckeye instead of any other American. So
all of these are Buckeyes? I'm assuming
they were all entered as Buckeyes, whether they are actually Buckeyes or they are Chanticleers. I've got someone saying they are Chanticleers. Let me check and see if that's the exhibitor or not. So the way we do it, just to keep it a little bit more separated and we don't get any bias in there, it doesn't look like that's the exhibitor unless it's someone related to the exhibitor. Well, they look like Chanticleers. They were entered as Buckeyes, so we'll keep it as a buckeye.
Okay, because I think that sucks. Because I think this one I have blown up might be a Chanticleer and not a buckeye, because it's a very nice representation of the breed. If the person's on there, they can let us know, because I think they might be. I could be wrong, but
I was gonna say I've got someone saying they're Chanticleers, but I don't believe that's the exhibitor.
because I'm just looking at Buckeye standard, and male Buckeyes are pretty mahogany red all the way through, and this is having some kind of like the blackish brassy color, almost green coming into it, and that's where I'm thinking it might be a Chanticleer and not a Buckeye.
Yeah, I would say for right now, judge it as a buckeye, as it was entered as a buckeye. It wasn't something where I threw it in there. So
perfect.
Let me look really quick and see if I've got them on Messenger.
I think I may have accidentally put an arrow on here for some reason. I don't know what happened there.
Sometimes it does funky things. Delawares are judged in any other Americans. I believe they are next. Yes. I was going to say, it looks like coming up we've got a couple different Americans breeds in there.
Where's there?
All right, so some more people questions. You can absolutely comment on there which ones your birds are. We won't let the judge know. We won't let Ben know that until afterwards, just to keep it fair and unbiased. But if you want to, you absolutely can. Yeah, that was the biggest one.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. All right. In this class of Buckeyes, I believe we have 3 Buckeyes and then 2 Chanticleers. So I don't know if Bree wants to check to make sure those 2 Chanticleers weren't I know the one you said was entered as a Buckeye, but the second one I wasn't quite sure too. Just confirming so we didn't put them in the wrong.
Yep. They both were entered by the same exhibitor and both were entered as Buckeyes.
All right. Perfect.
If you'd like, I can move them to any other American and they can be judged as Chanticleers. That's the other option.
I feel bad if I do that, especially if they entered them wrong. It's the only thing. So I'm going to leave them where they are.
Okay.
So in the top of the class, I have the Buckeye in the front. I think she lacks a little bit of conditioning in the tail. However, overall, she just has body and type all the way through that a Buckeye looks for. I think I would have liked her to be showing a little bit more. She's kind of a little bit compact and stuff, but she's got a nice pea comb and carries all the way along. Our second place one, our Buckeye, again, has that pea comb we're looking for and carries her tail nice and well at the proper angle thing. I think she just lacks the same depth of body the first one does. I think those two could be easily flip-flop depending if you're looking for more type or if you're looking for more whole length of the bird. That's just how I placed them today. The third place one I put is because I'm not quite sure. I believe it's a pea comb. However, it's a little bit funky, the comb I'm looking on there. And it also's got white-ish looking legs. So Buckeyes call for yellow legs. And they could be yellow. They could just be really dull. But that's why I placed them third there. I think she does have a good depth of body and everything. However, the top two I just believe were better representation of the breed. And then our final 4th and 5th place, I believe they are Chanticleers. If the person is there and believes they are different, they can let me know. The top one is a very nice looking Chanticleer. However, because it's in the wrong class, I'm going to put it into 4th place. And I'd love to judge in any other class. I can put it in there if you want, but however, I'm not going to place it in 1st place just for that reason.
Okay. We'll leave them in the best Buckeye and then bring them over to, or not bring them over, just leave the any other breed as is.
All right, perfect.
So these were all birds entered as Americans, like in the any other breed American class. However, I'm sure you'll get to it. Not all of them should be in this class. So.
All right. I'm going to kind of point it out right away. And the first one that I notice is that naked neck right there. That is actually an ASOB one. So that one will, again, be in the wrong class, and I can't place it into the top 5. I also don't really know what color it is, so that makes it a little bit difficult as well for me to judge. And I'll go from there with the rest of them. For all the black ones, can you let me know if they are... There's 2 breeds I could include. If they're Jersey Giants.
They are all Jersey Giants.
Okay, they're not Javas.
Correct.
Okay, just confirming. Because the breed's a little bit different for the 2.
Yep.
Because we actually had some Javas last year at our county fair. So that's why I figured I'd ask.
Oh, neat. I haven't seen Javas in a long time.
Yeah.
I feel like most of the time they're modeled too. So
they had black Javas last time. It was interesting. They won the American class, which was wild, but... They were good birds.
Even being Wyandottes, nice. Yeah, I'm a Wyandotte person through and through. I'm not gonna lie, I like my Wyandottes, but.
And then confirming the 2 barred ones are both Dominiques.
Correct. And then the 2 lighter ones are Delawares. Yep.
This blue one, is the exhibitor here to let me know what breed that is?
That's a great question. I can figure.
I guess it could be a blue. It could be a blue Jersey Giant. Is my only guess because that's a recognized color. But that's unless there's a different one, like if there's different color Hollands and Lamonas and stuff like that.
So this is where, for everyone watching, it gets kind of fun. Whoops, because we don't always know what breeds they are. So. This is why usually in the any other breed description, we have a spot for you to put the breed, especially when some of the newer breeds or unrecognized breeds aren't always easy to tell. We'll see. Yeah, they didn't put a description in there.
Okay, so I think I'm just gonna leave it out just because I don't really know.
Yep. Okay, so in the Buckeye class, there are 2 Chanticleers entered into any other class. Okay, so we'll bring the 2 Chanticleers over. And that was the exhibitor commenting, so.
All right.
I'm not sure if it was or if it wasn't, because it looks, sometimes, especially in youth, you'll get parents' accounts on there. So, oops, there we go.
All right, you're no problem. Yeah, I figured because I felt bad because one of them's a very nice looking Chanticleer. I've raised Chanticleers before, so I know. I figured that's one that gets confused sometimes. So
Yep, and then someone said Jersey Giant comes in blue. Yeah, no other breed should be blue, but
unless it's a
often,
Wyandotte or something, but that would be a different class.
My guess would be it's like a sapphire gem or some of like the hatchery. That's what it looks like from the picture.
That's what I was going with.
Yeah, which is not a recognized breed. It's a hatchery cross. It's not always bad. It's just there for different purposes and really not an exhibition bird.
So if anyone's watching right now, what I'm kind of doing now is I'm pulling all the birds that are the same breed and kind of putting them next to each other so I can pick out the top ones in each of the breed classes. Oh, that's the wrong bird. So then I can go from there and kind of judge based off the standard from there. I think just from looking at all the birds in the classes, the ones that stand out to me the most are going to be the Chanticleers, the Delawares, and the why am I blanking? The Jersey Giants. So the 3. There's a few birds in each of those classes that stand out to me the most to decide who's the top in the any other.
Yeah, no worries for the person that didn't realize they were in the kids were on the account. Yep, absolutely. If you've got, especially because it's a youth, just put the name of the exhibitor if you're comfortable, even a first name, or an email address, whichever you're most comfortable using. Then I can verify that you're the exhibitor on there. More questions. Saying Bressies are expensive, Cornish crosses are not healthy. You're going to get downfalls of every meat breed you raise. So you're never going to be able to find the perfect meat bird for you. It's because it's going to change depending on what you want to breed for. So your Cornish crosses are your most economical. Bressies might get you the best tasting meat, and they might be too expensive. Your Wyandottes will be good breed types, your Cochins, but they're going to take longer to grow up. So every meat breed and every egg breed you're going to raise is going to have pros and cons to each. You kind of got to figure out what's good for you.
I will say in this American class, especially, a lot of these breeds that I'm judging are both what we call dual purpose. So they're both egg layers and they're meat breeds. So if you're looking for something that does both, a lot of these birds in these classes will do all those things.
And that's a word to write down if you're in showmanship or you're doing showmanship. Dual purpose. That's one thing that's one of the questions we have on the junior side of the fair for fairs quite a bit. So I've asked that. What is dual purpose? So.
All right, kind of deciding between, there's 4 birds that I've kind of picked out. I'm putting on the left side that I'm going to look through again and decide who the top ones are for the top 4. And then one of these 3 on the right side will be my 5th place bird, most likely. Bree, I can confirm with you. This black one, that's I moving up and down.
Yep.
That is a entered
Jersey
as a Jersey Giant, not a Orpington or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this any other breed of the American class, my top is going to go to that Jersey Giant. Let's start with this is a massive bird, and I can tell by the picture. So Jerseys are one of the largest breeds outside of, I guess, the Brahma, a standard Brahma. And I think the type is what kind of really caught my eye right away. The picture's a little bit dark, but it doesn't really matter, I guess, for this breed because it's the black chicken. So it makes that pretty easy for me to decide. I think the one thing it does is I really like how it carries both its wings and just kind of that flat back all the way to its tail that slowly raises at the end. There isn't any DQs that I know of on that bird. That's one thing I was checking and making sure the leg color was correct. That you can sometimes see that in the black or blue slated legged birds. Overall, just a super nice bird. I think it's going to do very well in this class. In second is going to be that Chanticleer. I think overall type it's super good and it's a very good representation of the breed. I think it lacks a little bit in lacing when it comes toward its wings and its hackles or saddle feathers. And I think it's just, if you look close in the picture, it does lack a little bit of conditioning. So other than that, I think with a little bit better conditioning, that bird could have easily competed for the top spot. And third is the Jersey Giant Hen. I think that Jersey Giant Hen, again, also competed for the top spot in this class. I think when it just comes to type, its tail didn't really want to show too much this day. You wanted it to be a little bit higher, a slower rise line where it kind of just carries flat across the back. Overall, it has really nice size to it, and I wouldn't change too much else about it. So on a better day, a little bit better conditioning, a little bit other type, and I think it easily could have competed for the top. Followed by is this Delaware. You don't see too many Delawares very often when it comes to showing, but this is a very nice representation of the breed. In my opinion, I think it could use a little bit more size to it. Being a dual-purpose meat and egg-laying breed, I think it's a other than that, I think just a little bit more size to show those meat characteristics of it would have been super helpful for this breed, and just kind of fine-tuning the lacing and stuff and the striping around both its neck and into its tail. In the back, I put another Delaware as the 5th place bird. I think both the two Delawares are a very good representation of the breed. However, I just with the conditioning of the bird in the 2nd place and lacks a little bit less in type. That's kind of where it just fell into this ranking. Everything else in this class, like the Dominique stuff, super good representation of the breed. Just didn't have the same marks to meet any of the top 5.
All right. On to our champion American. I've got best and reserve up there. If you want to choose top 5, you're more than welcome to, but we only need best and reserve.
All right. I might pick out a few like honorable mentions or something. I'll point a few other ones that I like. Oh, jeez. All right. Well, I continue judging these. There's kind of 5 birds I pulled out, and I'll blow them up so you guys can see them. The 5 birds that really caught my eye while looking through the American class are going to be the Rhode Island Red Hen, the 2 White Wyandottes, the Jersey Giant, and then the Chanticleer. So one of those will be your grand, and one of those will be your reserve. All right, so I haven't put them into their respective spots, so I'll make a little bit of a surprise. However, your reserve of the class is going to be the Rhode Island Red Hen. I think while she does, I look at her into the tail, while she does lack a little bit in conditioning and stuff, I believe overall she's super nice type and just fixing the tail a little bit, and I think she easily could have competed for this top spot. Overall, that's just one bird that stood out when I first looked at it right away and while judging. So your reserve is going to be that Rhode Island Red. And your grand is going to be the White Wyandotte male. I think overall, he just really stood out when I first looked at him. These 3 birds below it as well, I think they're all very good representations of the breed. And at any day, a judge could have picked him out as the top of the class. So overall, your grand is going to be the White Wyandotte, and your reserve is going to be the Rhode Island Red.
Quick question, and then we'll take a 15-minute break for lunch if that works. Does the White Wyandotte have a roached back? I think you're talking about the hen there, which was originally up on the top in that first position, but it wasn't placed there. It's a little bit hard to tell roachback from here, so it's possible it does in person. It's also something kind of up to judge's discretion here. And from looking at that male, I would say probably not have a roached back and that on that male. That female, you can start to see a little bit of cushion coming in there. But other quick question for the fun show, don't see a submit button, just click on the picture that you want to vote for. Any other comments, Ben, before we'll take a quick break and then come back to Asiatic?
I think when it just comes to judging some of these, I just saw the comment now. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. The hen. That's what I was saying. I was deciding there, but however, you have to understand that the angle of the photos is something you're taking. Well, there's supposed to be side views. I personally, when I take photos, it comes to it, I usually do a slight side view just because you also get able to see both the front and the side of it, and it makes me be able to make the best like judgment and discretion when it comes to these birds. So while it could, and that's one thing I took into consideration, I'm going under the assumption that it doesn't. And overall, it's still a very nice type bird either way. And I guess judging is all on opinion. I think that hen, yes, it maybe didn't take granite reserve and it took second in its class. A different day may have not taken it. So
yeah, they did say the cockerel, but again, kind of addressed it there. We're judging off a picture. It'd be something a little bit more obvious to see in person. We're gonna assume that it doesn't here. So we'll take a 15-minute break. I'll throw a timer up for people, maybe, if it's gonna be nice. And we'll see you back. What time is it now? 12:40. We'll see you back at 5 to 1.
all right. All right. Are we ready?
Shoot, I realized my mic was muted. Yeah, so we'll start right away with Asiatic. Couple quick questions. Fun show will be announced the 25th. I just put a separate live stream link out for that. I'll try and keep it consistent. It said 25th in the post. We'll keep it announced the 25th instead of the Youth Bantam date. That was on me. There's confusion there. Voting will also end the morning of the 25th. So you can vote all the way up until I start the live stream. Yeah, and then on YouTube, let's try and keep comments poultry related. Yeah.
All right, we'll get started. And then, question. I believe these are all standard coaches, correct? Not bannies?
Correct.
All right. I think for me, there's a pretty clear top two, and I'll kind of look into it pretty quick, but I think I have my eye on one already. But if you see the two blown up, the one with the grass and then the one on some wood chips or shavings, those are two very nice birds. So I think those are my top two. I'm going to look through some things real quick, and I'll make a decision since this is a smaller class.
Yeah, reminder we'll replace some birds quick. If you've got questions while we judge, throw them in the comments. Yeah, and then you're more than welcome to screenshot and comment which birds are yours or if they placed. We have a separate post for that too, if you on Facebook, and we'll be putting all the results up on the website eventually.
All right. Well, in this class of black cochins, there's some very nice birds here. And that top one, the one in first, immediately stood out to me. The conditioning, I will say, for someone that has raised Bantam cochins, which is very similar to standards, conditioning a cochin, especially their tail, is probably one of the worst experiences and best experiences of my life. So I totally get conditioning of cochins and things like that, because once you start breeding cochins or you do anything like that, you got to wait a while before they get into condition again. So I totally get that. But this cochin immediately stood out to me. The conditioning on it is super nice. One thing that also is very common in cochins is that they like to drop their wings. They're supposed to keep them tight at their sides. And the tightness on this bird's, both on its wings, is something that I immediately caught right away. It has a really nice thick skull going to the back. And then that cushion tail, it's a very large cushion tail that I really appreciate in this bird. Second place is a very similar story. However, I got second just because of the lack of conditioning in the tail. You can kind of see some of the feathers are broken there. and that. But other than that, if it was conditions, I think these top two would have been a really close pair, and it would have made a very tough decision for me. So going to third, I put the Frizzle. Frizzles are also very hard to condition, and I think for the quality of the Frizzle that we have, I have a feeling it might be a little young still. But this Frizzle overall is a good representation of the breed, and I think few more pounds and a little more time, and I think this Frizzle will do a very good job in shows. Followed by the bottom three, and fourth, fifth, and then the last one. They're all just younger birds that need more time to fill out and develop both their tail, their body, and their type and stuff like that, but are good prospects for the future.
Going into any other variety.
Question. Is that buff one Cochin?
Was entered as a Cochin. Let's take a look and see if it's got... It does look like it has feathers on the feet.
Maybe I didn't look close enough.
It almost looks... Yeah, it does have feathers on the feet.
Okay.
I think what happens is the one foot that looks further back is actually just standing up, and then the one that's on the ground, that really bright yellow, is the further back, and it's got feathers on the outside of the foot.
All right, yep, I see it. I didn't see that. I didn't catch it because at first I was like, it looks like an Orpington, but could be wrong.
It does.
All right. In this clash with Cochins, for me, there was a clear first place, and that was the White Cochin. The White Cochin demonstrates that cushion tail we're talking about. I like to think of it as giant pom-poms on the back of them. It demonstrates that kind of bushiness and type of what Cochins should look for very quickly. I don't think it has the size compared to those black ones, but I think it is a very good representation. I think has a lot of potential in the future. Followed second through fifth, I like to say is a similar for it, and it kind of was a toss-up for me as to where to place them. I placed the blue just because the lacing was the most defined compared to the two partridge and the buff. They're all, the second through fifth place is what I like to call more hatchery-style Cochins because they lack that cushiony tail and have more of a tail of more of your standard chicken breeds, such as Rhode Island Reds or Orpingtons or sea like that. So I kind of went by the type of the Cochins, what I felt was the best. So with the second place one being the best one, followed all the way down by the fifth, which I think had more of the style of an Orpington than a Cochin.
All right, on to best Orpington. Or best Cochin, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Orpingtons are later. We'll get there. Now let me grab.
All right. Again, this was one of those decisions that for me was very easy to define. Those top two black Cochins, they're very impressive birds, and the owners of those should be very proud because those could give any bird a run for their money. Followed that, the third place bird just is in the same depth of body and type and conditioning as the top two, followed by the fourth place one for the top three, and rounding out the top two that are just more of those hatchery-style Cochins rather than a standard Cochin.
All right, going into our best buff Brahmas.
All right. And then while I'm judging, again, if anyone has any questions or anything like that while I'm judging these, please let me know. I'm happy to help because as a future ag teacher, that's kind of one thing that I enjoy, is making sure students get the best experience out of these type of events and stuff.
Mr. Lee has asked if we've already judged Polish. No. Polish are continental. We are in Asiatic. So we've got to get through all the English, and then we'll be in continental. They're first up on there. Again, order is posted with under those links. You can see the current score, or not score, but like the current exhibitor names as we go. I'm trying to keep on top of those for each slide. So you can see where we're at and what's upcoming.
Question. So is this one on the bottom right in the grass? Are we sure that's a Brahma?
It's entered as a Brahma. This is one of the
Okay.
breeds where they entered it as that specific breed. Type wise, I don't know what I would call that, but yeah. It could just be a young, unfilled out Brahma. It does look pretty young yet.
All right.
Didn't hear when Fun Show voting ends. It ends the 25th, just on like it says on the website. Results will not be announced during Youth Bantam. It'll be announced on the 25th. So you have up until the live stream starts on the 25th. It's posted on the YouTube and Facebook page for that live stream link too.
And then question, sorry, on the bottom left, Brahma, do those look like to you? In the words wing feathers are those white feathers? Is just that bad lighting?
It does look like white feathers. It also looks like the white feathers look for sure white. It looks like there may be some slate coming in that leg too. Can't tell if that's just dirt or if that's actual blue legs coming in.
All right.
Yeah. Yellow leg gene is one that I'm currently working on to get up on that website too with the genetics, which is kind of fun. If you're interested in chicken genetics, check it out. It's on the website under animal genetics, and you can filter it by Caternix, buttons, or chickens. So far, I'm working on getting ducks, but I need to get more of the chicken breeds on there. Most of it's plumage. Starting to get some of the structural and other interesting things coming in there. But that explains a little bit how you're getting these colors, how you're getting some of these things like feathered foot, which is like your muffs, your beards, your buff color versus your speckled Sussex color, things like that. Yeah, that's been my project lately, has been working on those genes, aside from the virtual show.
All right. In your class of Brahmas, I think the top one is, for me, a clear top favorite. I think overall, she just overall well-rounded is the best type for the buff Brahmas here. She has really nice lacing through her neck and through her tail. The only thing I would change is I think she might be a little bit young in this photo, so I think she could use some size and just more maturity, because Brahmas take a long time to mature. And a little bit smoothness. If you look toward those bathtubs, you can kind of see some of the fuzziness and lacing toward there. My second place one is that male. I think it has white feathers, which knocks it down a few notches, but overall has nice type and stuff. Same thing. I think it could just be the picture, but I think it could use some more size and potentially breeding out those white feathers for future generations. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I saw that comment. Second place buffers also has white in its tail. I also saw that. And kind of rounding out through the rest of the birds here, I just put that one because I think every bird after that could just use more time, either maturity-wise, or I believe they're hatchery-style buff Brahmas that don't quite meet the standards of a standard buff Brahma. So second through the rest, all the way through, I think just could use, whether it's rebuilding your flocks to get rid of some of those white feathers, or just building so they have more size to them, or just more maturity in your birds, because they're a little bit smaller than what they should be.
Going into darks, this one is a large one. I'd have liked to break it up down into sex, but we didn't have enough males in there to make it worth it. So,
all right, there's a lot of birds.
yeah, I'll address the comment on there while you're looking through the darks because there's a lot to go through. Of the second place rooster for the Brahmas doesn't represent the buff Brahma. Couple things. One, judge's interpretation. So everyone's idea of what a buff Brahma rooster is going to look a little bit different. However, there still is a standard in place that should be followed. He did point out some of the different things and flaws. And ultimately, when it comes down to it, pointed out some of like the depth, the size, things like that that should make a Brahma that placed it over some of the hens there. But it'll go on to compete for best of breed later on, and can't place over that hen.
And then, yeah, I can comment on that. I really think it was kind of hard to pick a top 5. If I were truly judging in a show in person, the only one that I probably would have placed as a true buff Brahma would have been that first one. I just had to place them after that just because of the amount of birds we had in that class, if that makes sense. So while, in my opinion, it was an expert bird in that class, you could kind of see in the rest of them that they all had some lacing in the back and colors that weren't supposed to be there for all their breed. It was just kind of a horse apiece as to where to place some of the birds there.
Yep.
If you guys are also looking at now, I would say the dark Brahmas that are here, I'm pulling them out. The ones on the left, the top left corner, the ones that I believe more show that Brahma type of them. You can see that larger side, that giant cushion they have in the back of their tail. And just kind of, you can tell more the depth of the bird they have compared to some of the buff Brahmas that were in the first class. So like what I'm kind of doing is I'm kind of weeding out all the ones that I believe don't exactly have the type of some of the buff Brahmas. So I'm just going through and I'm looking through which ones I should weed out right away. And then I'll go more in depth and start weeding some more out after that. Overall, these dark Brahmas, there's a lot of nice dark Brahmas here. So Also, when I'm going through the Brahmas now after looking at just the overall type at first glance of the Brahmas and stuff, now I'm kind of going through and weeding out conditioning or if any of them lack any type of lacing and such like that. And then I'll get real picky with the rest of them that I pick out. All right, I kind of picked out, I weeded some more, and I have about 9 Brahmas on the left side that I still have to go through that I deem could be worthy as the top of the class. All right. So in the Dark Brahma class, might I say this is probably the deepest class I think I've judged yet today, which is crazy because these are all really nice birds. Like I think anything's at any small show that these top 6 or 7 that I still have pulled up right here are super nice birds that could definitely give any bird a run for their money. My top bird is this Dark Brahma all the way in the top left. I believe overall it is the most compact bird out of anyone there. It has super nice lacing, and there really isn't many flaws, if at all, in this bird. She could use a little bit of conditioning in the back of her tail. But I think for Brahmas, that when we talk about Brahmas, they're broad, they're deep, but they still have that compact nature kind of out of Cochin, but not quite to the extent that a Cochin has. And that bird represents all that all the way through. I do think her tail may be carried just slightly higher than I prefer it, but overall, a very nice bird. Running out the second and the third bird, they just don't have that same compact nature and largeness that the first one has. That second bird, I think, if it didn't wanted to show a little bit more than one, I think could have easily gave that first one a run for its money. And then following into third, fourth, and fifth, they'd all have that compact nature, maybe just a little bit less, and then some of them just lack some conditioning issues. I also pulled 3 birds in the bottom that also were good, but maybe they're just a little bit longer, lack conditioning, or just don't have that same depth that the first 5 do. Same with the rest on the right side. They just don't have that same depth that a lot of this class had. So very impressive class. I'm excited to see where these birds go.
For sure. I'm going to sort through really quick and just make it a little bit neat. So anyone wanting to take pictures can do that. Oh, come on. There we go. We'll go through here. We'll match these, make these a bit smaller so we can see them, and fit them all on the right slide. There we go. But yeah, overall, very, very competitive class of Brahmas here.
I think any judge any day could have flipped them around because, again, it's all on preference, some of it. There is a standard. I know we're supposed to follow the standard, but the standard can be interpreted in many ways. So,
okay. Anyone that wants screenshots, go ahead and take them before we move on to our best light Brahma. A little bit less here. Quick reminder for the people that are looking at it, you can always go back and view these later. I'll be cutting and trimming some of these, including previous shows, to get some of the highlights in there, and those will be up on the YouTube afterwards.
question, is this one I have blown up?
Yep.
Is that a dark Brahma? Or is that a light?
Ooh, that does look like a dark Brahma. Same with that one there on the bottom.
Yes.
I'll move both over to dark Brahma. Ooh, I copied
Do you need me to check those through again?
Yes. Or? If you don't mind seeing if they'd place or you'd call them on that bottom row, I'll take both of them.
Yeah. I'll hop back there.
Okay. And they are both in there. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. This one probably. This one probably not. I'm going to leave as is.
Okay.
So yeah, again, both very nice birds. The one I think is definitely well being put into this bottom group of 4 that I also believe are very nice representations of the breed. Just again, you have a really deep class of dark Brahmas that at any day could flip around. This is just my preference for the day. I really like the hens, especially when it came to the dark Brahmas. Not that the males are bad. I think the males just need a little more time and conditioning and then even a better angle in the photo. That's a lot of this is making sure you get a good shot so I can see everything.
Absolutely. I'll let you keep going through the lights then. And then reminder for people while you're looking through lights that if you're wondering how to take better pictures, we've got Rebecca Lynch on Katernick's Corner did a live probably a year ago now on some tips and tricks for taking pictures of birds. That includes things like lighting, everything like that. And then we're hoping to get another video up this year specifically for the virtual show with just some tips, tricks, hints at getting a really good picture that represents your bird well. Not all of this is photography. You can have some really, really good pictures that just aren't of a great bird. And you could have vice versa. You can have a, mediocre, not great picture of a really, really good bird that does well. But there are definitely tricks to the trade to help make your bird look as close in the show as it does in real life. So some of those, like your backgrounds, how you're taking the picture, what things like your lighting can really make a difference between a bird that looks good and a bird that doesn't in a virtual show. In person, it's a little bit easier coming through there, but in a virtual show, we only get one picture, one chance to show this off to the judge, and you want to make sure you can do your best with it.
All right, in our class of light Brahmas, I felt there was a clear top bird here, and that was the light Brahma hen on the left. I think overall it has the best type, carries the swing-ells. Like I said, it has that compact, large, but still not overly large structure that we're looking for in Brahmas. The second place one, I believe this is a very nice rooster or male that we have here. However, it's kind of pinched in the back, and in the Brahmas, you want this still low, kind of sweeping that continues that concave sweep up into its tail. And it doesn't really have that. It honestly has more of the pinch, kind of like a Wyandotte does, but almost overly to the extent of that. Then in that third bird, again, that third bird is also a very nice bird, but it's just kind of a photo where the bird didn't really want to show. It also lacks a little bit more in conditioning and stuff like that, and could just use a few weeks or a few months to get back into condition to be in the show ring. Finally, that fourth bird, she just doesn't have the same depth of body and structure, and I think she just needs a little more time to grow out and gain that fullness as the first 3 do. And then I didn't put a 5th place bird because I just felt these bottom 3 weren't very good representations of the breed.
All right, on to any other variety.
All right. Are these all partridge?
Looks like the second to last one here is blue.
Okay, blue. Yeah, I actually missed that one. This one might be blue as well or something.
This first one looks like a blue partridge. Second looks like an actual partridge. Third
I think this is just a buff that didn't turn out.
third looks like some sort of buff partridge, not a sort of partridge, but it's a lot lighter. It's definitely got some additional dilution in there, making it light. I don't want to say buff partridge because I feel like the patterning on buff, that dilute gene that comes in there is going to change that to be a dark yellow instead of a black. But it looks like if you put black penciling on a buff. That last one, or that second to last one, that light blue looks like a lavender. And then I would say probably regular partridge on that rooster that you're changing there.
Wait, never mind. I think I accidentally did something to the image.
It is a buff laced. Definitely looks like there's some penciling there, so maybe it's a buff penciled.
All right.
That, I'm not sure if the dilute gene changes that black or not, but if it's laced, it's got double lacing, and it doesn't have that edge around the feathers. So,
all right.
Yeah, it's a project color Brahma.
Perfect.
It's the best I can probably give you.
All good. All right. Oh. All right. Well, in this class of any other variety Brahmas, my first place one, I think overall just meets the type of a partridge Brahma. Is partridge just not recognized in the standard yet? I don't believe. Is it? Or is I could be wrong.
I'll look. I'll let you.
Because I believe all these colors are not quite recognized in the standard. I may be wrong though.
Partridge Brahma is not recognized.
Okay, and there's all the ones I have is just light, dark, and buff.
Yep.
Perfect. Well, while these aren't all not recognized colors, they're all very good representations of the breed. I think the first one is the best type. It's also in the best condition compared to the rest of them. I think the male in second has more depth of body. However, the photo just kind of makes it hard to make a good, accurate decision. And I think it just gives you more time to get into more condition and such. The third is that blue partridge Brahma. I think just needs a little more time to grow out and fill out and stuff like that. I think it has good lacings, just maybe a little more time in its breeding project. And then filing out the blue I put forth, I think it's a very nice depth of body. Just lacks a lot of condition. And such and so. The final one would be the buff laced one. It's kind of hard for me to pick out, to be honest. I've never heard of a buff laced Brahma. I'm sure it's a thing.
I'm not sure that's laced. Again, looking at the feathers, it's definitely a penciling pattern over that single wide band of lacing, even some of your double laced breeds.
So kind of just with the hodgepodge of colors that it had, it just made it hard for me to good accurate decision on it. I think it has real nice type and whatever. It just made it hard for me to classify as what it actually was. And then that last one just lacks condition. It just needs more overall time to grow out some more because I think it's a little young.
As I say, what's with the the unplaced light Brahma all the way on the right? None of these up here are light Brahma. Possibly talking about here, which we had went over. Again, you can go through those pictures if you'd like, or like go back, and they can explain a little bit. But for now, we'll move on to best Brahma.
Yeah, I can talk. I know which light one they're talking about. Okay. I just
is it on this one or is it on the actual light?
The actual light.
Okay.
I only placed 4 because the 5th one, on here, I believe. Yeah, you're talking about the bottom right. I would assume so. That light Brahma, to be honest, I feel has more of the type of not a Brahma, if that makes sense. It's definitely more of a hatchery bird from the looks of it. It definitely doesn't have the size that some of the Brahmas above it do. It almost looks more like, this is probably a bad way to explain it, but like a Colombian Wyandotte, if that makes sense, though.
Or a Delaware.
or Delaware. It really isn't giving me buff Brahma or light Brahma, if that makes sense. It doesn't have the Brahma type, so that's why I didn't place it.
Into best Brahma. And I'm working on pulling best any other variety. Make sure we got that on there. You're good. All of those birds are good to go. Just updating the sheet over here.
All right. Can you actually bring... I don't have the darks.
Oh, thank you for catching that.
And then can you actually bring the top 3 darks?
Yep. Throw those right there for you.
Perfect. All right, so in this class of Brahmas, I'm going to put all 3 darks in the first, second, and third position. Like I said, that was one deep dark Brahma class, and I think those dark Brahmas, they were very good birds. So I think they outcompeted all the other Brahmas in these classes. Following by that light, the light is a very good representation of the breed. However, it just lacks the conditioning and depth of body that those 3 darks in front of it have, followed by the dark male, saying, like I talked about, just doesn't have the same depth that the light in front of it has. The 3 in the bottom that I pulled right here, they're all very good representations of the breed. However, the buff could use just more time to fill out and grow and get that depth like the other 5 above it have. And same with the 2 partridges, just need more conditioning and time. So, and then that bottom right one, like someone pointed out, it does have white in its tail feathers. However, we just didn't have as deep of a buff Brahma class to place it any lower.
All right, moving on to any other breed. There's only 3 here.
All right. Question.
Yep.
That is a naked neck again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe this is in the wrong class. That is not a Langshan.
I was going to say it looks like a Lakenvelder.
That's what I was going with. So I'm not going to place either of these. If you would want that Lakenvelder, I don't know if the person who took that photo is here, if they want to replace it into the, I believe it's Continental. Don't quote me on that.
Let me find the breeder.
That's nothing. I can keep talking though. The first Langshan, the Langshan that's in the right class, that is a very nice looking Langshan. So don't be ashamed, even though it's your only one in the bird. That Langshan could use a little bit in condition, I can tell. But one thing about the Langshan breed is the kind of the type of it, how they're supposed to have almost that really tight U, almost V shape. So, and that Langshan really does a good job showing off all its feathers and such like that. So I'll definitely bring it on to the champion drive for Asiatic.
And I was going to say, it looks like it was entered as any other breed Asiatic. Let me double check. It looks like, yes, they entered a few any other Asiatic. So I don't think they're here watching, but we'll leave it on any other breed for now.
You could also put that Turkin, I guess, the 2 Turkins that we've had in the past, to move them to ASOB.
Okay, I can do that. Move on to Championship Asiatic, and I've got to pull the Brahmas. Do you want a 3rd place anywhere? We just need top 2. We don't need all 5 on here.
Yeah, just bring, I believe it was just the top 2 darks.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the top Brahmas.
Yep.
I will say, for birds in the Asiatic class, these are some nice birds. And I say the Asiatic class is one of the harder ones because all these birds are huge. So these big birds, getting them to condition, I can't even imagine sometimes. All right. I think I haven't decided quite yet, but my Asiatic class is going to come down to 3 birds. My 2 honorable mentions are going to be my second place Buff Brahma, which is this one, and my other coaching right here. That's just a little bit out of condition to compete with the top birds today, but overall, nothing. Those are very good birds that by means could have won many shows. Just they need a little bit of time or a little bit of conditioning. I just saw the question that said, question from newbie, what do you mean by conditioning? So conditioning, when we go from that, it's basically the term we use to, like, if they have broken feathers, maybe they just need a little more food and to fill out again. Maybe they were sitting on eggs like that one was. So conditioning is making sure all their feathers, that's usually what it mostly refers to, are in proper condition so they're not broken, they're not frayed, anything like that. Because obviously when it's kind of like a dog show, you wouldn't want to bring a dog that was like just washed or a dog that's missing some fur or has some patchy, something like that. It's the same thing for chickens. So we make sure they have all their feathers and such like that. So like in an actual show, if this was in person, I would usually also open up their wings and check underneath them to make sure they also have all their feathers underneath them as well. So to condition, at least for me, with call ducks, I condition my birds for always providing pools for them because water's super important when it comes to waterfowl. And B, usually about 2 to 3 weeks before show, they usually get put in either show cages or chicken tractors, which are on grass, to make sure that there isn't too many other birds that can beat them up or keep them around. So you want to separate some of your birds away from each other, but still that they're next to each other so they don't freak out, if that makes sense.
I've also got a little bit more on my page about conditioning, including a step-by-step, like a walkthrough, a timeline, just a general timeline. Not everyone follows the same thing, and different breeders do things differently, but a rough outline of times as far as washing birds, pulling birds out and putting them in separate pens, things like that, and what you can all do to help condition your birds and keep them clean. So I've worked with a couple different breed clubs on putting that together. And making sure it's accurate for those looking to show.
My third place bird is going to be the Langshan. I think it just needs a little bit better of a photo and a little bit more time. You can kind of see in the tips of the bird in that Langshan that I just used. They're a little bit frayed, and she just could use a little bit of time. I think she's been breeding or anything like that. And the other thing about Langshans is you want their wings to be held tight to their backs, almost to their sides, and you can see how he's starting to drop his wings, which just makes me think that it's a little bit hot outside. But just a better photo for this bird would have been a little bit more adjusted, and then it would have helped a lot. And I think that it could have easily competed for the top spot in the Asiatic class.
We'll go ahead and move on to our continental.
Hold up. I actually haven't picked a champ. I haven't decided yet between the top two.
Sorry, I was thinking Cochin was champion and then the Brahman was second, but that was me getting sorry.
You're good. I haven't decided.
I was gonna say
I'm torn between the two.
I'm having a little bit of trouble on the page with the live updates. For whatever reason, it wants to throw Americans on that second page. We are not going back through all of the Americans again. It's just not letting me delete it. So our next thing will be English. We'll jump down right underneath where it decided it wanted to put Americans three times. It's on the third page as well. So
yeah, I think I'm going to go with what you put, though, either way. I'm going to put my champion as the coaching. That is just one very nice looking coaching, and that picture does a lot of justice for it. But that shouldn't take anything away from that light Brahma, because I think any day these two could have easily flipped in the champion class. I think I'm looking very close into some of the lacing of this dark Brahma here, and you can kind of tell as you go into it, a lot of it is pretty well defined and stuff, but there's just a few spots toward its tips of its wings and stuff we can start to see kind of the fading and the lacing, and you really want that defined lacing all the way through. So while it is a party colored bird that has a lot going on color wise, it's a very solid representation of the breed.
All right, and I figured out what was wrong, so we should be good to go on that. Going on to English, starting with our Orpingtons. Buff. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. In this class of buff Orpingtons, the top bird in this Orpington class is a very good representation of the breed. It has a very nice depth all the way through it. I think one thing I could potentially change on that bird is it could use potentially a little more size or width to it. But overall, a very good representation of the breed. Second place is very close. You can see on this tail, you want it to be kind of flat across the back and then slowly carry up at about a slight angle. And it's kind of has this weird looking pinch or U in it, but overall a very good representation of the breed. Coming into third place, that bird also good representation, just lacks the conditioning, has nice width and depth to it, and I think with a little more condition could have easily competed for the top spot. My fourth bird is that other male. I think his tail's a little bit overdone, and he carries it a little higher than he's supposed. He has nice width and depth to it, but I think just a little better conditioning and maybe a better photo would help it in the long run. Followed by that fifth bird, just doesn't have the same depth as the birds in front of it. And same, the other ones in the bottom need a little more conditioning, a little more time to grow out and compete more in the shows.
All right. We're on to Best Black Orpington. Looks like some English Orpingtons in there alongside some of the American types. They all were entered as Orpingtons, so.
Perfect. So this one I've blown up, is this a blue or a black?
Ooh, good question. I had assumed black, but now that you pointed out, it does look like there could be blue lacing through the front of it.
Not quite sure. It could be seen as, I don't know what they entered it as.
I was gonna say, let me look really quick. There are two brothers that entered birds, and they have very similar names. And I want to make sure I get them correct.
Number 4 is blue, not black. Amanda, Chase Amanda posted
Perfect.
something.
Okay, so then it'll be moved to any other. Let me make sure we can see if it's unrecognized or not really quick.
Blue should be recognized.
Yes, it is. Okay, so then our next slide was originally going to be best unrecognized because the only other birds were unrecognized, but we'll throw the blue in there.
All right.
As well. And we'll change that to just best any other.
All right. All right. In this class of black Orpingtons, I think overall, all 4 of these birds are really close, and it kind of just comes down to conditioning for a lot of them. That top bird, my first bird, is in pretty much what we call pristine condition. I don't know what else you would change on it because I don't see a feather misplaced or anything on there. So that is a nice looking bird. He carries his tail very well. It's not too overdone. The only thing I could say is I guess you could fill out in the front a little bit more, but which kind of goes to my second bird, is more filled out in the front, but then he kind of just lacks that conditioning compared to the top birds. And I think those are when it comes down to the styles of Orpingtons. That's based off of preference because I believe that first one's more the American style of Orpingtons, whereas that second one's more the European style. Unless I could be wrong from there. Then our third is that same more European style Orpington there. And I believe she is probably pretty close to the top bird in the show. However, she just lacks conditioning in the tail. That's why it puts her into third place. And then followed the fourth. Very nice Orpington there. Just conditioning is what puts it down in the fourth place.
On to any other variety. So for some people, some history, for those wondering, when we say English version or European version, it's based mostly on the British UK standard out there. And the reason we see that the difference between the English and the American style, the English has a much rounder, almost like a much rounder, compact, more wyandotte-y type look. That blue down there is a pretty good example of an English type Orpington. Nothing wrong to it. It's bred to a standard. It's bred very well to a standard, but it definitely is more of an English standard versus an American standard. They still have England is where the Orpington originated. Obviously, it's in the English class. But they're bred for a little bit more of a rounder, filled out look versus the American standard bred for a more long, not round look to their Orpingtons. And then we started seeing a lot more of the English style coming back into play in the, I'd say, early 2000s when we started importing Orpingtons over from the UK to get some of that color variety in. So you'll still see it coming into the showroom, especially in some of the newer, more unrecognized colors like these. Chocolate laced is what it looks like. Chocolate silver laced in the corner. They've got a lot more different varieties over in the UK than we do here in America, and sometimes it's easier to import it, but then you'll get these really well-bred birds just bred for a different standard. We also do have exhibitors from several other countries. I don't believe there were English Orpington breeders in here, but I could be wrong. So like if you see a bird that looks like it's in really well condition, a really nice show bird, but doesn't quite line up with our standards, it's possible it's bred for another nationality or another continent standards.
Can I ask that bird, the chocolate? I don't know what color that one is. Is it the male we're judging?
I would assume so. You can't see the head on the female, so I would say judge the male. And we did say in our rules when we accepted them, or like when we accepted entries in, that we were supposed to only have one bird in the picture. We generally are a little bit more lax with that as long as we can tell what bird we're judging, and I leave it up to the judges on whether or not they're going to accept that or not. But yeah, definitely looks chocolate silver laced, which is not a common color.
All right. Well, in this class of Orpingtons, I'm going to put my one that is in the standard as the top bird. I think overall it has the best type and everything, and you can just kind of tell from the size of it. It just has that massive size compared to the rest of these Orpingtons, and I think a lot of these are young and just need more time to grow. It even comes down to those chocolates in the fifth spot. They just are kind of be bred for their color for before we start working on that size. So there's a nice set of, I think they're lavenders.
Yep.
In the middle. Those lavenders, very nice set. They're just, I believe, a little bit young and just need a little more time to mature and a little more time to condition. Overall, a nice set of Orpingtons.
Yeah. And fun fact about the lavender gene, it's actually pleiotropic, which means it affects more than just the look of the feather on the bird. Lavender also, in chickens especially, also affects the feather quality. So there's a reason why you don't see well-conditioned lavenders in the showroom, even though they may have had that extra time. It's very, very, very hard to get the feathers right down there because it's a lot easier. They're a lot more ragged. They tend to break a little bit easier just due to some of the things that gene alters. But hence why you don't see lavender. It's also one of those genes that transfers over. So the same gene is also seen in quail, in Coturnix quail. And they've done several test test breeding things to show where they've actually made hybrid chickens and quail to test some of these genes to see if it is truly the same DNA deletion from one species to the next. Just kind of interesting and neat to follow along with on there. Yeah, if you're interested in reading more about the genes, again on the website, if you go, the website's posted somewhere in there in the comments, but animal genetics, you can separate out by species. Right now it's just poultry, working on expanding more chickens, and then eventually I'll get into other species like cattle and sheep as well.
All right. Oh. Yeah. All right. This is going to be my order. All right. Well, in this class of Orpingtons, I will say there was a nice class of Orpingtons that are very good representations of their breed. For the black Orpington, like I said, I pointed it out right away, and I pointed out again. This bird is in probably the most pristine condition of its life. There's not a feather missing on there, and just looking at the standard and looking at this, they're almost mirror copies of each other. Like, it is extremely hard to point anything out on that bird that isn't wrong. It's a very good bird, and it's gonna go a long ways in the show. The second one is gonna be that buff. Like I said, getting real nitpicky with it, you kind of look at the buff, and one thing that happens in buff Orpingtons is you can start getting that like speckling smut, and this one doesn't have it. However, just how the picture was taken, it's hard to get a good head profile over it. That's why I put it into second place. I think overall is really good type and stuff. Maybe it lacks a little bit in conditioning, but it's really hard to say. Those top two birds are really close to each other. My third bird is going to be that blue Orpington. I guess with that blue color, it has some nice lacing. Could use a little bit of work making the lacing more defined, but overall, really nice bird. Also, the photo, I'm guessing it was a windy day when they took this photo, which made it hard to truly see where the tail kind of sits, which is why I kind of put him to the third spot. Fourth place is that black. Black is overall, again, very good representation of the breed. Just lacks the conditioning the top three have, followed by the buff, which is in fifth, which is, again, good representation, just lacks thing. And then the lavender Orpington, the bottom left, is this on this page?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. So again, lavender is not a recognized color in Orpingtons according to American standards. So that's kind of some of the reason why it fell into the last spot. The other thing is, from what I can see in this Orpington, the Orpington looks young to me, like less than a year old, and Orpingtons take almost a full year to develop. So a lot of it's just going to be more time. The other thing we're looking for is the type and the structure of it is very good. We just need to fix the back tail feathers and making sure those all come in correctly. And just, we're looking at Orpingtons, we're looking for a really nice, thick skull. So not like a small head. And you can kind of tell in those Orpingtons in front of it, they got a really large, thick skull all the way through its back, whereas this one just lacks a little bit more.
All right, into the Sussex, starting with light Sussex.
All right. In this class of Sussex, my top bird is going to go to the Sussex that is outside by a fence, I believe. And I think overall, it just meets the overall type standards of it. It's just the most complete all the way around. It's not too big, being a dual purpose breed, but it's not too, not large enough where it like wouldn't have those meat capacities for what the breed is made for. It also has the best lacing and carries its tail the best all the way through. My second one is going to be the Sussex in the middle. Its lacing is followed up as the next best lacing. It kind of lacks in the tail as you look for solid black feathers into its tail. And then the second row, or your kind of the tail coverts that are over there, are supposed to be black feathers with white lacing on the edges, in which it doesn't have. The same goes to the third one. You can kind of tell the tail feathers progress as which ones like lack that lacing all the way through. And followed by our male at the end. It's just lacking some tail feathers today, and that's why it is sitting the fifth spot. The ones on the bottom just don't lack the complete list as the other ones do, and just aren't showing today that allow me to put them more into the top spots.
All right, on to speckled.
When it comes to the speckled Sussex, and a lot of things we look at is the difference between over speckling and under speckling. So like you can kind of tell some of these are overdone and some of these birds are underdone in a sense. So it's kind of defining that line as what is good, because in the standard you want some of it, you want it even throughout the bird, but not too much so that it looks white. All right. In this class of speckled Sussex, I talked a little bit about the speckling. You want an even amount all the way through, and I think the top bird does that the most with its color. Its speckling is even all the way through. It does lack a little bit in the tail, as you want defined white tips on its black tail feathers. And you can see it's kind of smutty back there, or it's not completely even. You can't define where the white speckling is on them. The other thing is that its feathers should be all the way brown with the white tips on the end and on through its wing bar and stuff like that. And you can tell some of the feathers are white. How overall, it has the most complete list throughout the bird and is a nice representation of the breed. Our second place one is just a little overdone, in my opinion. It has too much speckling. I think it's probably an older bird, because as birds get older, especially in Sussex, they're going to gain more white in them. That's just how the Sussex breed is. So I'm going to guess she's a few years old and hit her prime probably last year or a few years ago. Our third bird is the same thing, is a good representation of the breed. I think the tail is carried a little bit higher than it should be in the breed standard, and this kind of lacks the definedness and all speckling all the way up throughout the bird. And then our fourth and fifth birds, nice representations of the breed, just lack conditioning today to compete with the top spots. And then our bottom two, one is just a little bit too young to compete in the show today and just needs a little more time. And our second one is a little overdone with white.
On to best Sussex overall. While you're moving some birds around, fun fact for that extra additional white that you're starting to see coming through there, that's not actually just in speckled Sussex. That's kind of a bird trait overall, and very similar to humans. So as humans get older and we age, you get the white hairs coming through. Same thing happens in birds. You'll start to see that a lot of times in your darker breeds. So sometimes your Old English will get that. Anything with a modeling gene automatically. It's a form of progressive pied. Pretty much the same gene depending on who you talk to across different species. But with modeling in particular, that's part of what comes in to make the speckled Sussex. Part of that genotype is that it will increase the white modeling with age. However, you still get that with any white that you've got across the board. And even birds that don't have white in there, you'll start to see some white wingtips come through, white at the end of the tail feathers. All of that can happen with age. That's normal and it's natural, but it doesn't line up with the standard. So.
All right.
Garrett Hall asked, does the second place have too much white speckles? Yes.
It has.
Well, right on the edge of a lot from what you had said on the last slide.
All right.
Let me scroll right down. And he also said the standard breed says about a 45-degree tail angle. Yes, it does. For Sussex in general.
Mm-hmm. I think that third one, I think when we were talking about it, you have to send a lot of the Sussexes. It depends on the picture, the angle. You have to kind of interpret it the best way you can. I think that third one, you could say is a little bit overdone. That's on this best Sussex page. But it kind of comes down to preference. That's what I decided to go with today. However, to each their own.
Yeah, if anyone wants more discussion about standard following things like that, interpretation, there was recently a post made after the Open Bantam show in one of the Facebook groups. Nate Reinish had some really good thoughts, comments, and opinions. He's an APA judge, master exhibitor for and then a general exhibitor for Langshans. Overall, just really, really knowledgeable, knows his stuff. He had some really good comments and things about interpretation and how judges interpret the standard versus how breeders interpret the standard and some.
And then kind of clarify about the 45 degrees. That 45 degrees is for males. For hens, it's supposed to be a little bit slightly lower, so not too much, but still about 35. I believe that's what it said. I was looking.
And that's pretty same across the board. Most breeds will have slightly larger tail angles in the cocks than in the hens. Except if you have the newest version of the standard, I believe it was Well Summers, where they said the females were supposed to have 45 degrees and the males were supposed to have 35 degrees.
Yeah, it's the one that's flipped, I believe.
That was one of the issues that they were redoing with the new print. Yeah, I have a friend that raises Well Summers. So when we first got that standard out, we were looking through it, and that was one of the things that we noticed. But
all right. So this is going to be my top of class. Is going to be that light Sussex again. I believe it's the most complete bird out of all of them. I think kind of going down to speckling and speckled Sussex, that's kind of hard. One trait that's pretty hard to master. And I think all three of these speckled Sussex birds, while they are good birds, I think just lack some of the speckling all the way through, hence why the light's placed a little bit better, excluding the second place one.
we're on to best Australorp. I got ahead of myself there on the sheet.
All right. In this class of Australorps, I have the top one being this head right here. I think overall, again, she's the most complete bird of all of them. She carries her tail, and her back's almost flat across the back, which is what we're looking for in Australorps. So that's one thing we could change about her. And then after that, we have our second place being the male Australorp there. I think he's a little more complete than the first one. While he lacks a little bit of conditioning, he makes up for more in how he carries his tail and his back all the way across, and he's the most filled out. So a little more conditioning, I think he could compete for this top spot. Our third place being that Australorp there. I think his back is a little bit tight. He's a little bit pinched. He almost has the type of a bantam Australorp rather than a standard. And I think just making himself so that he carries his length all the way through and allowing that tail to carry up naturally rather than being really tight would be a little bit better. Maybe just be a better photo that would help him out a little bit more. Otherwise, nice conditioning of that bird. Fourth and fifth place thing, just don't have the same depth as that first bird when it comes to size or length of body and stuff like that. And our bottom two are just a little bit young and a little bit out of condition to compete with this class.
Okay. On to Championship English.
It's just a top two, correct?
Correct.
All right.
I was going to say some judges. I'm trying to remember if open bantam we did top 5. I know ducks we did top 5 for each class. Just a judge preference, we only need top 2.
All right. All right. In this class of English, our champion's going to go to that black Australian. Like I've said, and I've said multiple times, that bird is very much in the right time for it to be showed today. There is not much wrong with that bird. There's a few things that I could be nitpicky about, but that black Australian definitely, when I first saw it, knew it was going to be tough competitor for this class. It's going to be the champion. The reserve is also going to be the buff Orpington behind it. It is also a very good representation of its breed, and I think about if a picture would have done it justice and it would have competed for the top of this class. Our two honorable mentions are going to be the light Sussex and the Australorp, both very and the Australorp hen. Both of them are a very good representation of their breed, just don't have the same capacity to compete with those top birds a day when it comes to depth of their breed and everything else in lacing and pattern such as. Otherwise, a very nice English class.
All right. On to Continental. This one's a little bit smaller. Start with the Polish, I believe. Is it Mr. Lee waiting on Polish? We're judging Polish now. Hopefully you're still listening.
All right. I think one thing for Polish that I like to recognize is that when it comes to them, conditioning can be kind of hard for this breed. So a good conditioned Polish is hard to come by. So that's one thing I'll probably look at. So, and I'm just kind of looking at the birds. I think a lot of these birds are a little bit young and just need more time to mature.
I was going to say, I've seen them at shows where they either use painter's tape to tape up that crest, or some of them will take like a silk cloth, wrap it up, and put tape around that just to while they're driving and transporting so they don't lose all of their head feathers. For the virtual show, it's a little easier because you don't have to worry about the time of the year. So you can take a picture anytime throughout the year, and if they lose all their feathers right before you go to a show, well, it doesn't matter as much for this one, but
I think for the Polish, I put 3 in the bottom corner, the bottom left corner. I just put them there just because they're a little bit young and they're kind of hard to make a good, accurate representation on the breed. So they will not place today in the class. All right. In this class of Polish, I won't lie, Polish is not necessarily my strong point. However, there's just kind of a lot going on in this class. There isn't really one Polish that kind of stands out to me as the top one. Some of them are out of condition. Some of them don't really meet the type of the Polish here, and could have went in multiple directions. But I kind of just went based off of what I felt was the most complete when it came to Polish. And those top two, I think you could have tossed either way. I went with the blue Polish just because the photo allowed me to see some of the blue a little bit more than what that I believe is a buff Polish behind it. It also had the most filled out crown when it came to the rest of them, and there wasn't any smuttiness going on in toward the back and all the way through its crest. After that, we have our two males. The third place one doesn't carry its tail like the Polish breed could. I think it carries it way too high, and its comb is a little bit bigger than I prefer. And what the breed is, you can kind of see it. You want their comb also to be a little bit hidden when it comes to the Polish breed by their crown, and you can or their crest, and from their crest. Otherwise, you kind of just tell that he has a lot of black and smuttiness going on that crest, which kind of make it harder to price him up higher into the class, and could just use a little more conditioning. The same story goes with the other Polish that's in the fourth spot. Just kind of lacks the conditioning and the depth that the two in front of it will have or could have as potential prospects. And rounding out with the top, the fifth, and even the sixth place one, which was on the bottom right, they just don't have the same age to compete with the top birds in front of them.
All right, on to Copper Marans. So it looks like the breeder had said the Polish were only 11 to 12 weeks old, and they took the pictures. They'd hoped they'd be a junior class. This is the junior class, so not necessarily the junior class. This is the junior show. So the open show will be later on in August. This is anyone under 18 is in junior. So we do have a fun show. We had some chicks and very, very young birds entered, so that's always an option for people that don't quite have birds grown out for the show next year. But yeah, so it is still a very competitive junior show. So a lot of people think, okay, well, there's youth entering, they may not be as serious. There's still quite a few very, very nice birds from youth coming up that are still under 18. Oh, a junior bird class. We don't have a junior bird class just because they're a little too hard to judge that young, especially when you're not raising these breeds always. And it's not a breed that you've personally raised up from chick to full-grown adult. It's harder to make those calls on something that could very easily change. So best place to put them in the future, if it's something where it's under, they're not quite mature, you can always throw them into the show and see how they do. They probably won't do great, but you can always throw them into the fun show where it's a little bit more of a, oh, this is a pretty bird, until they mature a little bit. And you can throw them in both. We have birds that go in both open both youth and open and the fun show. Always an option.
Garrett Hall must be excited or something. I saw the comment. I'm going to guess one of the Polishes was his that was in the top of the class. So.
Yep. And we'll go through after every top of the class will get recognized at the end. And then people are more than welcome to claim the birds that are theirs that are in there. And then we've also got a Facebook post, and we'll have a website post where you can upload pictures of your birds. If you get awards, you can upload pictures with the awards or pictures with the exhibitor, all sorts of different things and fun things on there.
All right. In this class of Copper Morans, I think there's a clear top one that easily sorted itself out. That Copper Moran male that's in the front is a very beautiful bird and is a very good representation of the breed. I do think it may carry its tail a little bit higher than it should, but you can just kind of tell how it's laced and everything. It's completely clean all the way through, and you can just kind of tell that going through all these birds, it stood out with condition and stuff like that. The second place one is another male. I think it's a little bit young, but it just doesn't have the same depth or size as the rest of them. It has nice color stuff, just needs a little more time to clean out and stuff like that so it can compete with the top bird in the class. And then I think our top third, fourth, and fifth place birds are kind of a similar story, and honestly, I could have placed them anyway because they were fairly close. But I put the third place one just because of the depth of body it had compared to the rest of them, followed by the fourth and fifth place birds who just need a little more time to condition and size out and literally a little more cleanliness when it comes to lacing and their pattern within the Copper Moran breed. Our last two just need more time to mature as they're young birds.
Yeah. Moving on to any other variety.
Can you refresh me? What are the? Actually, these are all blacks, and I believe this one is a blue.
Yep, that's what. And then whatever.
Correct.
Let me look really quick. That one on the very end is either with leakage.
This one?
Or something. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't tell if that's a silver or not the very end, sorry, the one more to the left.
Oh. So this one.
It's a cockerel.
This one, yeah.
Yeah. Not sure if it's like a silver copper, if that's a thing.
Could also be a crossbred or something like that.
Yeah. Let me see what we've got for Morans. Accepted varieties are black copper, wheaten, and white.
All right, perfect. So not blue.
If anyone's wondering where to find accepted breeds and varieties, that was a question that came up a few times in the Open Bantam. The American Poultry Association has every single breed and variety listed on their website that they accept, and you can actually search through there by type, by breed, by variety, by class, however is going to be easiest. You can also get that in a PDF, an Excel, and print those off. So very, very handy to have for shows and things like that.
All right. In this class of Morans, my top bird's going to go to the one that's in the best condition and overall has the best type. That's that black Moran in the front. I think it overall has a nice comb size, carries its body well through the top. I think Morans, I might need to check, but Morans, the hen should carry their tail at about 45 degrees. So she is right about there. She might be a little bit more than that, but overall, nice representation of the breed. My second one is also a good representation. It's a nice tail carry, just is lacking the condition and the depth that the first one has. My third place one is the same thing, just a little condition and depth compared to the second one. And then my fourth and fifth place, my fourth is just hard to see in the photo what I'm actually judging. It's kind of blurry, so I couldn't make a good judgment as to where to put it. And then the fifth and sixth place ones just lack the age and depth compared to the top four.
All right, on to best Morans. Woo. Someone commented blue is proposed, so maybe eventually they'll get it in there, but if anyone's working on getting a variety accepted, you know it takes a long time. Minimum of 5 years breeding birds, and then once you start the process, it's at least another 3 years. 2 years for if you've got on top of everything and you're working through things well, but usually it'll take 3 years or so. That's after you start, which alone takes quite a bit of time.
All right, in this class of Morans, my top one's again going to that male. He's the most complete and just the most well in condition compared to the rest of them. My second being that black, same thing. A little less complete compared to that male over there, and I think just gives use a little more time just to fill out a little bit more. She also carries her tail just a little bit higher than what I would prefer. Flying by, I would say the next two, third and fourth, are both young birds that just need more time to mature. Followed by that fifth bird, that hen over there, that just lacks the depth and color and stuff and is out of condition right now in order to compete for the top.
All right, on to any other breed quite a bit of variety in here.
Whoa.
Yeah. Houdins, there's quite a few, but not quite enough to make their own slide. Crevecoeurs, Faverels, Hamburgs.
I gotta sort these out
probably.
Campines. Or Campines. I actually don't remember how to say it.
Yeah, that's the one I was missing.
I believe these are both Hamburgs, I believe.
Yep.
These can be Campines. This is a well summer. It's a salmon. And then are these two the Creve? I forgot how to say that. That's
Crevecoeurs.
yeah.
I believe one of them is a Houdin, but I could be wrong. It's not going to be that one with a high tail that I just clicked on. It might be the one that's lower than that. It's hard because Houdins have 5 toes, but in these pictures, how well you can
can't
see
tell
5 toes is up for debate. And that true side profile means you can't see the comb well. I believe
that looks like, well, I think this one only has 4, right? Or do you think I'm wrong?
It looks like it has 4.
Let's check this one.
Yeah, I'm looking at the feet, and it looks like it only has 4, so I would go with Crevecoeur.
For both.
That one
If there's anyone that's here, that would be helpful if they know which is which.
Let me pull up names really quick. I think several of those are the same exhibitor. Don't know if this breeder is watching, but they may have put it in the form.
Let's start with the Hamburgs.
Nope, it didn't say it on there for that one. Let me see if it says. On the other one. Okay, the black cockerel is a Crevecoeur, and the pullet on the wood floor is also Crevecoeur. Okay, so it looks like all 3 of those are going to be Crevecoeurs.
Perfect.
Houdins do only come in white and mottled. However, it would not have been the first time we got an unrecognized color in here.
Perfect.
So I believe this bottom chocolate
right one, yeah,
still a Houdin, but it's definitely not a recognized color. Of Crevecoeur. Oh, that might be black. Might be a young model. There's some white coming in there. Thank you for the clarification on those Crevecoeurs. Not a breed you see often, so it's nice to get some in the show.
Yeah.
They're pretty hard to find. The male is over a year, if it matters.
That's okay.
For the most part, it's not going to make a difference here, but...
I have like 6 standards out right now. I'm flipping between pages because they're not all on the same page. So
yep. That's for getting into your best class or any other breed starts to get fun is when you're not
Well,
trying
there's
to
one, two,
judge.
three.
Yeah.
There's 7 different breeds on here. 6, 7, 6. I don't know. A lot.
I was gonna say it's all chicken math. It doesn't.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Houdins are another pretty rare breed. They're a like they used to be very popular. A good, I want to say French breed used to make a lot of every other one, but they kind of dwindled off in the U.S. So it's also good to see some of those coming back in, especially mottled. Modeling is not an easy color to get right.
Where is that? All right. So in my class of any other continental breed, there's a lot of breeds going on here. So I was looking through a lot of pages and making my best judgment because it's a lot easier when there's a lot of the same next to each other. However, I believe the silver spangled Hamburg is the best representation. It matches the standard the most, as well as if you really look close to all that spangling or speckling, kind of like a speckled Sussex, is really defined all the way out. You can even look onto, if I blow it up, you see how each one of its wingtip feathers has one of those black teardrop looking speckles on each of its wings. So overall, a very nice bird. Could be a little more defined throughout the bird, but overall a very nice representation of the breed. My second being the Crevecoeur, if I said that right.
Yep.
Haven't seen the breed very much. I think this is like the 4th or 5th time I've ever seen one. So nice seeing one of these again. Has very nice type all the way through. Just lacks a little bit in conditioning, which keeps it from going to the top spot, being a black bird. But overall, very nice representation. The hen there. My third being the other Hamburg. The hen just lacks a little more in type as well as spangling compared to the male up in front. My fourth place is going to be that Campine. The Campine, a Campine, not Campine, Campine. Very nice representation of the breed. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Campine is very similar to the Leghorn breed in the sense that the hen's comb should be flopped over after about the 2nd or 3rd point, and that hen does not have it. So it's either a pullet or it's just one that just didn't flop over, which happens sometimes in the breed. And my last is going to be that Houdin. The Houdin, very nice type in this breed. However, it lacks a little bit in conditioning as well as its modeling all the way through isn't even compared to some of the other ones, party colored birds. The other birds that I put as honorable mentions in this class is going to be the male campine, just lacks the depth compared to the female. The whale summer just needs a little bit more time to mature. And the salmon favreau and the crevecoeur just a little bit out of condition. And the crevecoeur type, it's not quite right. It carries its tail a little bit too high and should be a little more relaxed when it comes to the breed standard. Other than that, nice representation of all the breeds in this class.
Yeah. Good job, everyone, with a very heavy and filled continental any other breed. So moving on to, oh, I gotta pull champions for that one. I was gonna say, there we go, and I will make them all look fairly nice. Okay.
All right. My champion of the continental class is going to go to the Copper Moran. Again, he really stood out just in this entire continental class. He carries his tail a little bit higher than what I would prefer. However, overall, he's just got a large amount of depth that a lot of these birds just don't have. My reserve is going to be the Hamburg. He's a very nice looking bird. Could be a little bit fine-tuned when it comes to spangling stuff. And my honorable mentions are going to be the blue, the white-crested blue Polish. I actually don't know the way you say it.
Sorry, I was trying to slide this over and not thinking. Believe it would be blue.
Yeah, white.
Yeah,
white-crested blue.
Yeah.
Is going to be my honorable mention, as well as the crevecoeur. Both very nice representations of the breed.
Okay, going on to our Mediterranean. This one's a really short class. We've just got Leghorns and any other.
All right.
I was going to say, sometimes in shows you'll see that Leghorn class start to stack up, but there's not a whole lot of Mediterranean otherwise.
Yeah. Are those Leghorns? What color is that?
I believe a dark Leghorn.
Oh yeah, dark browns.
Yep, just darks.
Perfect. And the other one's just I believe that's a light brown, I would guess. Or just a brown. Yeah.
Yep.
Ooh.
Someone said Mediterranean is the class people are scared of. The Leghorns get pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, as someone who showed Leghorns with one of my friends, would never do it again.
I was gonna say yeah.
I appreciate the breed, just not for me.
They're For anyone that doesn't know or hasn't raised Leghorns before, the most popular color is white because it's the easiest color to breed for because all your breeding is just white, despite the fact that they use dominant white, which is a little odd. They're one of the few breeds that only has dominant white instead of recessive white in there. But Leghorns to begin with, and most Mediterranean to begin with, are very flighty breeds. They're a little bit more wild. They're very good egg laying production, so you'll get a lot of them. But they aren't super like sit in your hand kind of birds like you'll get in or docile birds. And then once you get that really white color in a Leghorn, you've got to keep it white, and you also need to keep the tails on the cockbirds clean. It's gorgeous when it's done well, but
yeah, for sure. In this class of Leghorns, a lot of these birds are out of condition, or I will say the last two, the fourth and fifth videos, are just hard photos that I cannot make any good call onto what the type and stuff is. So I'm going to put those in fourth and fifth. If they had a side view of them, I would have been really nice because I think they actually are pretty nice birds that could have competed for the top of the class. However, my top is going to be this dark Leghorn. I believe has overall the best type compared to the rest of the Leghorns here. He lacks a little bit in condition and stuff and can use a little more refinedness when it comes to pattern and stuff. But overall, nice representation of the breed. My reserve is going to be that hen. She carries her tail a little too high compared to what the breed calls for. As well, she's just kind of a little bit agitated, as you can tell, which makes it hard for me to give a good judgment. Overall, nice bird, though. My third is going to be that light brown Leghorn. That light brown just lacks the color and lacks the condition compared to the other two, as they miss in a lot of tail feathers and stuff, which is an important part of the Leghorn trait.
all right, on to any other breed.
Oh, is that a
Leghorns and nothing else? Well, not quite.
buttercups?
Yes, they are.
Look at that.
I've seen like 3 buttercups at Cooley, and it was a great time. I love the buttercups. Yeah, they're the only American or breed in the U.S. with that buttercup comb. Although you can breed other breeds to have that buttercup comb, no one just does it because.
And this is an Andalusian, I'm assuming.
Yeah, Andalusian. Then you've got 2 Spanish in there.
Perfect. I raised a few Bantam Spanish when I had Bantams for a while. Those were a fun one. Those were almost as bad as Leghorns.
Where do you find Bantam Spanish?
So I'm from Wisconsin, but a guy from Illinois I knew had some Bantam Spanish, so I bought about 10 of them. Then we hatched a few out, but they weren't bad. They were a lot of fun.
I don't know if I've ever seen Bantam Spanish. There may have been some in Ohio, and I just wasn't paying enough attention, but I feel like they'd look a lot like a rose comb, just be a little bit jumpier.
In a sense, yeah.
And obviously no rose comb. Sorry for anyone.
All right, in this class of any other Mediterranean, I'm going to put the Spanish on top. The Spanish overall just has the best condition, the best type. Lacks a little bit in the tail, but carries its well all the way to the back and actually has that downward slope that the Spanish asks for in the breed, followed by that tail all the way over. Second is going to be that Campion. The Campion, I think, just has a little bit better type than the other two in front of it. Lacks a little bit of condition, but you can see on its wings it has those nice black tips that they're looking for and a nice comb on the top. My third is going to be that Hen Campion, does a little bit better. It's also a clearer picture that allows me to make a better judgment. Just, again, conditioning is what it needs. The fourth is going to be my Black Spanish Hen. It honestly is just a bad picture. It's a front profile that makes me hard to judge as to what it's like. Its comb is also a little overly flopped over compared to what the standard asks for. It only should be flopped over about the fourth point, and it's all the way flopped over. And then in last is my other Campion. Just doesn't have those dark black wingtips. It's kind of smutty in the back and just doesn't have the same type as the other ones in front of it. And then my other two just need more time to mature out as they're a little bit out of condition for today's show.
All right, on to Champion Mediterranean. I just pulled top two. If you'd like a third or something in there, we only need to place two, but
nope, top two will work. All right, my champion's gonna go to.
those are which ones?
I might have said Campine on accident because I had them in the class before. They're similar colors.
It's around there.
Right bird in my head, just wrong name. In this class of Mediterranean, I'm going to put the top is the Spanish. I think the Spanish overall is just the most complete bird over here. It's in the best condition and stuff. A little bit better picture would have been able to show out that kind of long profile that it's supposed to have. However, nice bird to win the class today. My reserve is going to be that dark leghorn. I think it's a little bit out of condition today to take the top spot, but overall, nice representation of the breed. The comb's a little bit large, in my opinion. I think it could be a little bit smaller, but again, to each their own. Obviously, you want a large comb on a leghorn, but it's almost oversized. Other than that, my honorable mentions will go to the other leghorn, and then that buttercup on the bottom, not a campine.
Yeah, and if you're following along from last year, you may have seen those dark leghorns before, different pictures, but same birds, same exhibitor, coming back again for this year round, and different photos. They may be the same bird, they may just be the next generation, but yeah, if you're curious, you can go ahead and look at the live streams from last year as well, see how they did there. On to our last, all other standard breeds, our last class. We're getting down there. I know it's gotten pretty long, but we're working our way through.
Is it okay we take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and throw a timer up on there, and we can come back in 10 minutes. All right, coming back into it. Let me turn the music back down. Getting started with all other standard breeds. Right. We'll start with Americanas.
I believe we have a few non-recognized varieties, correct?
Mm-hmm. Fine. Although Ermine is now, or not Ermine, Splash is now recognized.
Yes.
Okay, so recognized varieties are black, blue, blue wheaten, brown, red, buff, self blue, silver, wheaten, and white.
Perfect. I think that's... Is this an Easter egger, I believe?
It does have that muff and beard, like you're going to see on an Americana.
Yeah.
As well as blue legs, but I can't see the pads of the feet, obviously, with it being a picture. So...
I might be a Americana-ish.
Yeah. I was going to say, type-wise, it's not awful, but...
No.
I say awful like it makes it sound bad.
No, none of the birds are bad.
Yeah. The question is, what kind of color is it?
And then, is this the Splash, the bottom left-ish? That one in the grass?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, no ermines in this one. I think there's ermines in the Largefowl.
So yeah, both of these I'm assuming are splashes then.
Yep. So for anyone at home wondering what an Easter egger is, there's a couple different... Americanas are a little bit iffy. There's you've got Americanas, which are these Americanas with an I in there. That's usually a hatchery, off-breed kind of Americana. And you've got the Arucanas. And Arucanas, I don't know if there are any entered in here today. But they won't have a tail. They'll have tufts and no tail. And they still lay the blue eggs. All three of them will lay blue eggs. Hatchery Americanas are basically an Easter egger. An Easter egger is any other color that's not recognized, any other crossbreed. There's a lot of crossbreeding because that blue egg gene is dominant, so you'll still get, you can get brown eggs, olive eggers, well, not brown eggs, but you can get your olive eggers and teal colored eggs from crossing these out. And crossbreeding these. So that's where the term Easter egger comes from. It's just you crossbreed this you'll get something that lays some shade of blue-greenish eggs, but it won't necessarily look or be bred to the American standard.
All right. Well, in this class of Americanas, I have 3 very good-looking males. My top is going to go to this black Americarana here. I think one of the reasons that I put it is all 3 of the males have very good type and they have very good conditioning. However, the black male, because being the standard color, it has a leg up because the 2 splashes aren't quite like one's a little bit, I feel has that a little bit over too much splash pad, and the other one doesn't have enough, if that makes sense. So they're kind of like a balance between the 2 would have been the best for them to do the best in this class today. Overall, they all have variable type. This Americana carries its tail very well. The only thing I would change about the black is maybe have a larger beard or muffs on it. Second, is that going to be one of our splashes? Very nice looking splash. However, just has more depth in beard. Just doesn't have that splash pattern down to a T yet. Same with the third one. Nice muffin beard. Just doesn't have the splash all the way down. Overall, very good 3 set. My next 2 are 2 hens. My blue Americanas can be first. Has nice pattern and stuff. Just lacks some conditioning, followed by my black, which doesn't carry its tail up quietly up to the angle where it needs to be in the standard. And everything else below just lacks a little bit conditioning or just needs a little more age and time in order to move up in this class.
All right, on to Gold Phoenix. So a quick thing on the gold. We took our best guess at gold, BBR, and silver. However, it's hard to tell in person. It's even harder to tell in a picture. I did have one of the Phoenix breeders come in and look through this, so hopefully we got most of them right. Again, they're all going to be competing for best of breed, so if it didn't compete in a best of variety, it wouldn't have competed in a best of breed had we just mixed them all together. This way, at least you'll get a little bit more feedback on there. And if we accidentally put a gold in a silver or a silver in a gold, we're going to leave it as is for the time being. Yeah, gold is not, Phoenix in general is not an easy breed. It's even harder to get the colors right because of some of the fun genes they've got going on in there that inhibit their normal pattern. And
there's a lot of phoenixes.
Yes, there are.
I will say this is a breed I'm not as familiar with as well. I know some about it, but
yeah. Jada and I had judged a fair this last week in Kiwani, and there was some decently typed Phoenix there. Color is what it's going to be for Phoenix, but type was there, and the exhibitors were definitely knowledgeable and well on their way for it. So
I think for Phoenixes, one thing that I look for is that fan and that tail. A lot of them have that front type correct, but it's looking for that tail fan in the back because a lot of them hold their tail pretty tight at the end and don't want to show it off.
Yeah, a lot more of that whip tail kind of look that you see in the games. They're coming in, sneaking in there, but not quite what you want when you think of that long tail, that long Japanese tail that they came from. You want that display out there as much as you can get. And not as many males. I was kind of surprised. Normally Phoenixes are known for their males. They're hard to get right, but that's what you usually see in the showroom because they're eye-catching.
All right. Well, in this class of Phoenix, I'm going to top this one right here. I won't lie, all these Phoenixes are pretty close, and they kind of all ran into similar problems. The ones I put in the bottom left corner, I put in there just because they lacked both kind of the depth of the tail or the size of the other ones. I think they could just use some more time to mature and stuff like that. The other thing that it looks at is when I was looking at the color, for Golden Phoenix, they're looking for like a golden straw color, so almost a yellow, not quite an orangish red. So any of them that were orangish red just didn't quite make it into this top cut. So that's what a lot of these ones fell into, or they just weren't developed. There's one on the bottom here that's fanned out. I really like the fan of it. However, its tail carry is just way too high than for what the Phoenix calls for. It's more flat across, a little bit upward, but not anywhere this large fan. They're not looking for a wide fan. They're looking for more of a slight carry that carries more downward than it does coming up. The two on the bottom there also just lack the same depth, and I also like the fan, but that runs out into that gold, and that her breast color kind of runs into the side of her neck and to the back, which is the one we're looking for. So my top one just is the most overall complete. It has nice lacing that's very defined and stuff. Has somewhat of a spread, but I like to see a little bit more spread in the tail. The second one too just has a nice spread too, and I think it's going to spread well. Its tail, I think it just lacks some age. I think it's young. My third one is the male. The male in here, I just like to see more depth when it comes to the tail. It's a very nice conditioned tail and stuff like that. Just lacks the depth that some of these other birds have. And then the last two are the same thing. They just lack the depth overall when it comes to the tail pattern and stuff and where it's carried compared to the rest of the Phoenixes here.
All right. On to silvers. We originally had more, and then I was informed they were not silvers because they were actually, most of them turned out to be goldens. So we ended up with only 3. Normally we would have more, and I originally thought there were more, but there were just 3 that we know of.
All right. In this class of Silver Phoenix, I'm going to put the one in front. While it may not be showing the best today, it doesn't carry its tail the best. Would like to see more of a fan of the tail, but it's the base lacing all the way through and stuff and has the right color that asks for the Silver Phoenix. My second one is just a little bit out of conditioning, and if you look toward its tail feathers, it has smut coming into there, and it has doesn't have those defined tail feathers of both that dark silvery brown color compared to the black, whereas this one, it kind of just all flows together. My last one is that male. The male is going to get third. I just don't think it has the same depth that the other two, and it lacks some conditioning in, as well as lacing throughout its neck and hackle and saddle feathers.
All right, on to our largest, the black-breasted red.
All right. In this class of black-breasted phoenix, I put the top one on top because it had the most fine, again, patterning when it comes to color and everything. Such as that, it had the most type in that spread of its tail. Wasn't too overdone, but it wasn't enough to not make so you couldn't see that tail spread that's seen in those phoenixes across the floor of the ground. My second place one, well, it does have, I believe, the tail angle of it was a little bit better. It had a nice type to it. It lacked the patterning of its color compared to the rest of them. And my last three other are pretty close and honestly could be flipped around. However, just looking at the spread of the tails and the type of each of them, that's how I placed them. The bottom ones below just lack some conditioning as well, and just could use some time in order to place higher up in the classes today.
All right, I'll pull top 2, or do you want top 3 for best of breed?
Probably 2 is okay.
Okay. Just need to grab the golds, and we should be good to go. All right.
Actually, sorry. Do you want to grab the top 3 of the gold?
Yep. That third one is the cockbird.
All right.
And then up next is all other standard. Do you want me to pull the naked necks and bring them over, or do you want me to leave them where they were?
Yeah, you probably could pull the 2 naked necks just to be. All right, in the class of Phoenix, I'm going to put the black-breasted red as my top one. I think it's overall just the most complete bird when it comes to type, structure, how it's showing, and just overall pattern when it comes to the bird. I think the second one could have easily competed with the top one if it was showing today. It just kind of lacks, well, the picture just doesn't show off his tail spread and everything like that. The third bird's the same thing, just lack the patterning the top 2 have. And then the fourth and fifth ones honestly could be flip-flopped every day. However, I went with them just because how they were presenting themselves in both the pictures. Our bottom 2, one just lacks conditioning, and the other one you kind of notice in the back it has some frostbite on its comb and just lacks the depth that the other 5 have.
All right, on to all other standard breeds.
All right. Can I ask what this black one is?
You can ask. I'm not sure if I'll have an answer.
All right.
Let me see.
I wouldn't change up any of my results if it was any of the front ones. Same with this white one would be the same thing.
gonna say neither one of the two have. I don't believe either one of them have comments on there.
Okay.
No, that one doesn't, and the black one.
And I believe this one is a Lakenvelder, is it not?
Yes.
Or something else.
Looks like it.
So it wouldn't change any results either, but
Looks like with the other two naked necks brought forward, we would have had enough for a best naked neck slide, but that's okay. They can stay in all other standard breeds or any other.
I don't know what this might be a white rock or something.
It looks like it almost. I find people tend to use kind of AOSB as a catch-all for foods they're not sure about or placings they're not. Just because it's all other standard doesn't necessarily mean it's an accepted breed or that it's a kind of that placement for it. It still can be a pretty competitive class.
Interesting.
So
Iron Samani and a Leghorn.
The zombie chickens.
Interesting. That's not a standard breed, is it not? Correct?
No, it is not. I don't think they have a standard. It's basically a Leghorn type, but with the black face of a Samani and the black skin.
Wasn't sure. Where did the Sumatra standard go?
So that one is also in the fun show. So.
Oh, the zombie chicken?
Yep.
Fun.
I think they're doing pretty well right now. I haven't looked lately. But reminder, vote on the fun show. If you've been watching the whole Youth Largefowl, you probably can vote again right about now. But
all right. So what do I do here? Neck and neck black is recognized.
Mm-hmm. And then
is naked neck like red recognized?
Naked neck, black, buff, red, and white.
Okay. Interesting.
It's not a breed you see often, but they're peculiar little animals. Well, they're not even that little, but I was gonna say we had some white ones at Cooley that I got pictures of. Bantam and Largefowl.
So blue is not recognized, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, in this class of... Oh, I covered one. In this class of ASOB, any other standard breed class, I'm going to put the top of the Sumatra. The Sumatra is the best representation of the breed. It's got a really nice ticker and actually is in very good condition right now. There isn't much I would change too much about it. The only thing I would consider would be... Where is it? Probably just fix up a little bit of the conditioning of the tail, and it's make sure it carries its wings a little bit higher up. I think it's a little bit hot because you want its wings to be carried tight to its sides, but just below its hocks. Then my second is going to be the red naked neck. I think it overall is the best representation of the breed. It's actually got very nice type, just is a little bit out of condition and lacks some coloring when it comes to the red naked neck. My third is going to be the blue naked neck, which is not recognized. The blue naked neck has really nice type, actually. Just is not a recognized color, and therefore I couldn't place it at the top of the class at this moment of the time. My fourth and fifth are going to be two blacks. They probably could be tossed around, but I gave it to the fourth one because it had better type and width when it came to the structure of its body, whereas the other one's a little bit lighter and could use a few more pounds when it came to the naked neck breed. The other ones just either were in the wrong class or just lacked the type or body or just weren't a breed that I was very familiar with to give the best judgment to.
All right, on to class champion, AOSB.
All right. All right. All right. My champion and reserve are going to go to both Americanas, my champion being the Black Americana, and my reserve being the Splash Americana. My champion, the Americana, is going to be the champion. I think it's overall represents its breed the best and it's a nice type. The only thing is it lacks a little bit of conditioning in the tail, but overall it's a very nice bird to take the top of the class. My reserve is going to be the Splash. For a Splash is a very nice type Splash that is very nice coloring. Could use a little more pattern when it comes to the Splash color, and a very nice muffin beards throughout. My honorable mentions are going to go to the Phoenix and the Sumatra. Sumatra is a little bit both either out of condition and just doesn't have the quite type today, as I think it's a picture that didn't quite represent the breed entirely. And the Phoenix is just carrying its tail a little bit higher than what I would prefer, and a little more fine tuning when it came to the color and the pattern of the Phoenix in order for it to take the top of the class.
All right. The very next thing is champion row. So really quick, want to give you a big congratulations to all the birds that made it to champion row. Not an easy feat. We had a lot of birds that we went through today, a lot of feedback, a lot of thoughts, judges. I'll give anyone a second that's going to come on just to watch that championship row to do so. I'll go through at the very end once they've determined champion row. And start saying names. We'll go through slide by slide, introduce the names, and then again, if you want to comment on your placings, whatever, that is completely okay. But yeah, congratulations again to Champion Row. Last minute announcements. Don't forget about Youth Bantam tomorrow. Fun show voting. That is still open. That'll be open until the 25th. So get your votes in. Showmanship will be tomorrow. I have the list up. I just have to post it yet. In the order, the way it sounds like we're going to do it is if there's any gaps or anyone missing, we'll post it online, and the first person to jump into the Zoom meeting can take that spot if there's anyone more than 5 minutes late. Otherwise, the order is pretty much set, so just kind of stay watching on that. And yeah, don't forget to get your t-shirt orders in. That'll likely be closing with our last show, so it looks like in August. And keep an eye out for when we choose that date for the Open Largefowl show. But once again, congratulations to everyone who made it on Champion Row, and here's what that looks like. I just chose class champions from each class. If you'd like reserve, let me know.
Can I get the reserve for American, English, and Asiatic? Actually, American, English, Asiatic, and Continental would be the only ones. I won't need it for ASOB or Mediterranean.
Okay. American, Asiatic,
Continental, and English.
I'm just walking through making sure I don't miss any. Continental, and then English. Well, English and then Continental, but close enough.
Those are the reserves.
Correct.
I'll just.
I was gonna say I can make a little pile of the reserves if you'd like to.
Yeah, that works. Right, I'll just put them on the side for right now. Dang, this is tough. Oh man. All right, so as you see, I listed everything out. My champion is going to be the black Cochin from the Asiatic cat class. I was very torn between the two, to say the least, because I think, honestly, depending on the judge, either way, it could have flipped. I don't know what Brianna's opinion is, but they're both pretty good birds. What I came down to is I was being real nitpicky, and there isn't much too wrong on the go. And she's a little bit out of condition if you look way back into her tail. But I didn't think that was enough, because if you look at the Orpington, it's got too many points on its comb, if we're being really nitpicky when it comes down to it. So that's kind of what it came down to, was whether or not I wanted the standard or I wanted a perfectly conditioned bird. What it comes. So like either way, they're both pretty much spectacular birds. But my honorable mentions, I have 5 of them listed on there. So I think the classes that impressed me the most was the Asiatic, the Continental, and the English classes, as well as the American Wyandotte was pretty good. Those 3 classes, specifically the Brahmas, that was an impressive class, and I was debating on whether or not I wanted to flip the Brahma and the Orpington, but the Orpington was a pretty good bird not to leave on Champion Road, so that's all I got. It was a lot of fun judging with you guys, and it was super fun to see all your birds.
Yeah, really quick, we'll go through all of them just so that exhibitors get recognition. I think you'll find a lot of the names are pretty familiar. So starting from the beginning, with American, we have Wisconsin's own Hannah Albert with that Best Rhode Island. If you've been to Cooley or at some of the local fairs, you'll have seen her bird. She's also taking it on to the state fair. For Plymouth Rock, we have 131 Mary Vask. For Best Golden Lace, we have 227 Cheyenne Miller. For Best Any Other Lace, we have 178 The Melodic Boys with that silver laced Wyandotte. That's a name you'll see coming back. That's Grant and Gavin Melodic. They also have that white Wyandotte here for any other variety, and they take Best Wyandotte overall with that white. And then they'll come back later. If you know how the shows work or are set up, you'll hear that again. Best Any Other with that Buckeye was Riley Holloway. Another name coming back in from last year. Or any other breed from this giant class of American birds is Harper Ann Harbin with that Jersey Giant. She works with Susan Buchanan to get some of those Jersey Giants in. Championship American was over there is 178 again, the Glacier Ridge Farm with the Melodic Boys, Grant and Gavin. Asiatic, into the Cochins. You've obviously recognized that black Cochin. That is going to be Jocelyn Hefty. She won several classes last year with her birds, including that Cochin. So not a first-time name there. Coming back with that Any Other Variety, that white, she also took it there. So it's no surprise when she took Best Overall Cochin with the black. Asiatic Best Bruff was Brogan Palmer. One of the brothers that I had mentioned a little bit earlier. Going into the dark is Lucas Kusick. He's also going to be in Showmanship tomorrow, so we'll see him again there. Best Light is, again, number 54, Jocelyn Hefty. Coming in hot in that Asiatic class. The any other variety is Charlie Peck, number 157. He's also from Wisconsin. Wisconsin's doing really well today. 252 here, Lucas Kusik. Also took overall best Asiatic, or best Brahma, sorry, and reserve Asiatic with that dark Brahma. That any other breed, that Langshan is bred by Jaden Holstein. Then again, championship Asiatics is Jocelyn Hefty, and reserve is Lucas Kusik. Going into the English class, starting with our Orpingtons. Our best buff Orpington is Lucas Kusik again. I had several of the Orpingtons up there. Best black is Brody Palmer. Best any other is Brogan Palmer. So the two brothers there had both of those birds. So then stayed in the family for best overall Orpington with Brody Palmer on that black. Into the Sussex, again coming through with that light is the Melodic Boys, Glacier Ridge Farm. I actually got to see that bird in person. That was pretty cool. At our local fun show. That Speckled Sussex was 224 Autumn Haze. And then best overall Sussex was the Glacier Ridge Farm from the Melodic Boys, Grant and Gavin. Going in through best Australorp was Kaya Watson. Getting into overall English, Brody Palmer with that black Orpington also made it onto Champion Row. Continental getting through there, starting with that Polish 336 Garrett Halls, commenting on there a little bit. So congratulations, you should be pretty excited about that. Getting into the Copper Morans, that really nice Morans that went on to win the class is from Jasmine Bange, 242. Exhibitor number 242. Morans, any other variety, for the most part, this was blacks. That's number 15, Valerie Rodriguez. She's the one that helped us with our Phoenix. And then best overall Morans was Jasmine Bange, 242, with that cock bird there. Any other breed Continental with a whole bunch of them. Same name coming back up, number 178, the Glacier Ridge Farm with the Melodic Boys with that Hamburg. And then the Champion Continental is Jasmine Bange with that Morans. Going into the Mediterranean class, a little bit smaller, but no less. Avery Thibodeau taking that first and second. I believe second. It might have been her sister, Missy, with a second. They had Leghorns again last year, so you recognize those darks coming back. Jessie Whitaker took best any other breed with that Spanish. She's exhibitor number 171, and she took champion Mediterranean. Going into any other standard breed, Americana, starting with that black 242 Jasmine Bange coming in again. She does not have the best gold. That would go to Tiffany Kusik, has the best gold Phoenix. Stayed pretty close when she also took the best Phoenix, the best silver Phoenix, 254. Going into the best black-breasted red would be Lily Breezick, I believe from down in Florida. It's another name coming through. She exhibited Phoenix last year again with Valerie Rodriguez. Going into the Phoenix best of breed, that would be Lily Breezick again with that first place bird. Any other breed that Sumatra was owned and shown by Owen Kalin, number 244. And going into that champion, all other standard breed was Jasmine Bange again with 242. So she took home 2 class championships today. Getting into Champion Row, I'm just going to name Champion and Reserve overall. I did not have time to grab all of that honorable mentions. But again, feel free to drop below your placings, how you did, birds that you're happy with, and your pictures. You are more than welcome to drop watermark pictures in the comments or on any of the posts. We just didn't want watermark pictures in the show to keep it fair. So, champion youth overall Largefowl was Jocelyn Hefty, number 54 with that black Cochin, and reserve champion overall with that English, with that black Orpington in the English class was number 8, Brody Palmer. So congratulations, everyone. It turned to be a pretty long show, but we got all the way through it and did really, really well. So, yeah. Any last comments, Ben, before before we sign off?
Thank you again. And remember, all your birds are amazing. Just because they aren't show birds, that doesn't mean they aren't good birds, because birds are made for a lot of things, not just showing. So keep up the good work, and we'll see you around, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Bye, everyone.
See ya.